Yep, I can hear you.
Hi, Sydney.
Hello.
Hey, Sydney, it's Doug here.
Hi there, Doug. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Had an easy run down, apart from the fact that the motorway's blocked as usual. But I'm here, looking ready. We just need the customers now. And there were no stuff. 5 hours? It's 7 in the morning, isn't it? About
7 in the morning.
Yeah.
And tomorrow I leave for India tomorrow morning, and my flight is at 6. So this is just practice for that.
Yeah. To mess you up, won't it? You'll have jet lag for the rest of your life at this rate.
Yes, I will.
Right. Ben is not back yet, so I'll grab him. We also have a colleague, Mimi, who is wonderful at reading systematic reviews, and so she's kind of got a few key questions to make sure that we answer every time.
Well, that's, yeah.
She's speaking about something really interesting, actually. Studies that come up with not statistically significant results, but maybe clinically significant results. So what happens is someone could write up the article where it shows that intervention is not helpful.
Oh yeah.
Ben.
Oh, Ben. Pull the seat and plug yourself in.
Yes.
Yep, this is all going to be hands-on. So, right, so you could write it up with one conclusion or the other, depending on how you interpreted whether something is statistically significant or clinically significant. Well, the answer is you don't use studies like that anyway. Full stop. Just don't use primary studies, end of story. Only ever use secondaries. So if you've got a review, and that study has been reviewed by somebody else, they will make the decision about what's significant, not the authors of the paper.
Yeah.
And then relying on the quality of the journal, the editorial oversight, and the expertise of the author that's doing the secondary review to make the decisions for you. And that way it takes it out of the hands of the Wikipedia editor. So that's why we say no primaries. We won't use primary sources for medical claims unless there's nothing else.
Because even within Cochrane reviews, I think that's what she was saying, is just, I think there's like 2 different camps as to how they report things and whether it's interesting to.
Well, part of the point of a Cochrane review is for somebody to actually take the time to look at the entire field of literature, hence the word review. And so in a Cochrane review, your reviewers will actually be the people who are making those sorts of decisions for you. And what they say is what we report. And we can't draw any more out of the review than what the reviewers are prepared to say. So if they say it's not no obvious effect, or there may be an effect, but it seems no better than placebo, or there isn't sufficient data to come to a distinct conclusion, then that's exactly what we end up doing. We can't, we can't do anything else because on the internet nobody knows that you're a dog, So it could be anybody writing these articles, and we can't allow the Wikipedia editors the luxury of drawing their own conclusions from reading them. The conclusions need to be stated, and we need to report them. And that's how we do it.
I guess that's why we can always get feedback as well. The fact that we're quite keen as a centre to, because we have this meeting every week where we kind of review the latest systematic reviews, and we say how good are they, what can we use them for, could they be brought out, whatever. I think yeah, what we're thinking somehow kind of listing these reviews of importance on Wikipedia.
Sure.
Is what we're looking into. And that's where it'd be great if we could get feedback from Wikipedia as to whether they were able to get.
Piece of cake. Just make a sub-page on Wiki Project Medicine called Cochrane Reviews and just start plonking stuff down and leave with a commentary. You know, this is something we found. Is this useful?
Yeah.
People just comment on it. It's, you know, there's a whole system there that'll work. And Wiki Project Medicine is very, very, you know, well attended. There's plenty of people on there who've got their heads screwed and know what they're talking about. So they will tell you if what you're doing is useful to you. I mean, I've been doing some work with, a while since I've done it, but there's a lad called John Brassey who
Yes.
the database, you know, and what we were looking at was ways. We tried to see if there would be any value of marking up reviews on the trip database with a W, the Wikipedia medicine, you know, program. Yeah, these are the good ones. But in fact, you don't need to. You just click on the bit that says secondary evidence, because the filters are so easy to use on trip database.
Yes.
You just search for something, click secondary evidence, and all the stuff that's got the little green line down the side is secondary, and you've got a list of everything that you need to look at. So, you know, I mean, that's very easy to use. And generally speaking, you know, people on Wikipedia, when it comes to using the article, will use things. But what they're looking for is the highest quality, and that is what Cochrane is the gold standard for us. So, you know, Cochrane reviews are always going to be better than used from Wikipedia. And how up to date it is. And, you know, there's an argument at the moment about, but the question is, should we be getting rid of older sources? And the answer is, well, only if they've been superseded by newer ones. And yeah, that's the way it is. You know, in some fields, research is so fast that the complete review cycle will happen in 2 or 3 years, and you'll have another good quality review. The basically included more. Could be, yeah.
Hello, are you eating?
Hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, hi.
Hi, Amy, I'm Doug.
Doug? Okay. Yeah? Hi.
Holly.
Holly, fabulous.
Yes, welcome. Can we get you tea or coffee?
Oh, that would be lovely.
What would you like?
Tea's good.
Tea? How do you have it?
Just milk, please.
Do you want me to grab that?
That's rude.
Do you want one?
I can over there, so I didn't move back.
Now I'll be moving in a moment, actually.
Oh, you will?
I'm just sitting here just for the pleasure of it.
Oh, yeah. With all the good company, right?
I'll come to here. You have a seat, and
Okay.
You might want to sit on one of these tables because this table's a bit
All
wobbly.
So,
grab one of the other ones. Have you got a laptop or anything you brought with you? I think we've got
I have
power.
my trusty friend.
Excellent. We've got power anyway.
Good. And I think
And there's
it's
Wi-Fi.
hopefully I'm still not back from upstairs.
Alright.
How do you do that?
Good stuff.
If I plug in, at least I'll be fast.
Yep.
That's fine.
Oh, thank you. Actually, this is fabulous.
So what are you hoping to get out of today, Amy?
Oh, I'm looking to edit on the theme.
Right. You've come to the right place. Then we should do that. there's you and there's Holly. And take through just a very basic bits of everything.
Okay.
And I don't know, Ben, is he an editor?
No, he's not. I don't know if he has the user.
Alright, well we'll find out. Have you the username on Wikipedia?
Yes, I've already had my page marked for deletion and had an argument about it.
Alright, well we'll
just
look
write
at
it.
we'll look at that. We'll look at that. Because that's one of the things that I do spend some time trying to do, is trying to fix it so that people don't get the package marked deletion.
Oh, it's hilarious. All I put was I put a link. I put maybe 2 sentences.
Yep.
And I put a link to two of the things that I do. And so the person said, well, then the links might be self-promotion, and they had an argument about it. And I said, your links are no follow, and it's like it's an inner page. So not a public-facing page, but I don't know.
We'll have a look at that. We'll have a look at that.
Thank you. Someone else advocated.
Ben, you come sit back down again. And,
Yes, I saw the.
Oh,
It's good to get interaction. It's scary to get people that fierce.
Anne was just saying she wants to learn to edit Wikipedia. Yeah. How much do Wikipedia? No. So let me show. Hey, hi. How you doing? Hi. Hi. Right. So, Holly,
Yes.
come and grab a seat, and we'll get you a username if you haven't got one.
I've got one.
You have to log yourself in then.
Right.
Thank you for playing.
That's right. I think we know.
Yeah, that sounds about right. How you doing?
Lovely. Yeah, I'm just going to make a start in these. Yeah, get sorted out. But feel free. I'm doing my specs.
Yeah,
Okie dokie. Well, I'm gonna work from about here, I think, so that I can see what you're doing.
Okay.
And you're lucky because we've got John Boy, who's a very, very experienced Wikipedian comedian, and he's got featured articles who's built about stores. He'll help you with your writing and sorting things out.
Well, Henry's.
Yes, and Henry's
Professional communicator.
Yeah, that always goes down on Wikipedia. We'll use it. We'll use it. Henry's got a little presentation, if you wanted, about accessible writing.
We definitely do want.
So we'll put that in. But
I thought we'd do that sort of, do the basics.
Yeah.
Then have a bit of,
Yeah.
Practice.
Yeah.
And then do Henry's.
Absolutely.
Because that's usually the best.
Yes, for sure. For sure. But first, we'll get ourselves actually editing.
Yeah.
Come and sit with us, Henry.
Here, can I get all my phone stuff?
Probably somewhere. Do you want to join?
I've got a few slides to work through in terms of writing for the stuff that I did at that thing.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to take these three for the moment.
Sure.
And if any more comes in, then pick them up and we'll get them, just slot them in. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure that everybody here is logged on, has got a Wikipedia user account. How's yours going? Okay. Yeah, that's it. You're okay. iPads are a lot slower actually. Did you want? No, you need a mouse to it. That's why I'm getting in the car.
Well, the OUH guest is the best way. You just
OUH,
get
yeah.
email address.
Have you?
Okay, I'll be back.
What are you using?
I've
What?
got various options.
You're on. Okay. So you've got
Very
something there already. Good. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. No, that's okay. That's okay. If you're ready to go, Amy, we can
Yeah, I'm
make a
just gonna
start.
get this off.
Okay, doke.
Did you?
It dropped. The server dropped it.
Okay.
But, click on English. The word English. And that'll take you to the English Wikipedia. And up in the top right hand corner, there will either be a login or page. And that's good. You want to try it on there? Hang on a moment, I'll borrow this for a second. Try that. No? And this? Okay, well what we'll do is we'll pull it out of it and we'll put it back in again and see what it recognises. I think it's not recognising the mouse actually. It's in the mouse, isn't it?
Also, everyone, there are sandwiches and lunch in the main area down there, so whenever you want,
Okay.
absolutely feel free to go down there. There's
Use your power.
helps it.
Okay, so if you're on Wikipedia, at the top, right in the very, very top, you should have somebody's logged in, BLT, 92. Is that you? That's you. Okay. Now, how are you doing then, Amy?
Okay, so I have my clothes up.
Oh, that's it.
Um,
You've done that.
I've done that, have lights in the feeding people already.
Okay. Okay, you got, okay.
I don't know.
Have a listen then, and I'll take you through the same thing. Now, if you've got like you're all at slightly different stages. So I just want to try and draw you all three of you together to the same spot. Then, if you can just click on your username at the top, you'll see that it's red at the moment, and if you go, his link up there is red.
Oh,
And
mine
yours
is.
is blue. Because your blue means that the page exists. His red link means that the page doesn't exist. So he's just going to make his user page. Okay, so to make a user page, you just click on the thing that says start the user page. That's it. Now, what I usually say to people, if you haven't done this already, get yourself something on your user page that says something about you, that gives you a bit of credit. Because one of the things that's going to happen is that when you start editing in what we call main space, which is where the articles are, when you start editing in there, you're going to get people wanting to see who you are.
Oh, so I should put more background.
So, well, not necessarily, no.
No.
The thing that's most useful to people is what you're interested in. So I'm going to ask Ben if he'll start his page off by saying, I am interested in, and completing the sentence. So if you've got anything that says, okay, so you do switch, you more or less tell us everything there.
Yeah.
So you're there, and how is yours? You've already got a
Doesn't
proper
say
sort of.
anything, for instance, so
Does it not? Well, in that case, go into edit.
this isn't.
Yeah. Hopefully that's it.
I think we've got cut and pasting and project think of it. It's very much.
And finish the sentence. What are you interested in? Hi.
Just to say, so you need me and that's fine.
Brilliant. Anne is our wonderful information specialist, and
Oh,
she has pulled together our topics
Librarians are everywhere.
as well as exactly. So,
Yeah.
Anne is excellent for us. We will do that.
Well, the only thing you're getting in the way of is the video connection to Sydney. So you can sit there if you want to. Just Sydney getting everyone in the back of your head. It's a better way of doing it, John. We could actually just move this laptop.
No, I'll just pull the table.
So,
Is this part of
yes.
the background for the screen?
So what you're doing is you're giving people who are going to look at your work an idea of what's going on. And what you're interested in. Okay, so you've got that, have you? You're on there. Excellent. Okay. So Ben's now written his first bit of blurb about this himself. Can you read it out to us, Ben?
Yeah, I'm assistant to the director of the Department Centre and particularly interested in the
Okay. So that'll give people an idea what you're about. Now, if you scroll your page up a little bit, you'll see when you edit, underneath that box, there should be a space for an edit summary. One of the things I'm quite keen on is getting people to use edit summaries. Because if you use edit summaries regularly, people who review your contributions see the edit summaries. So if you're trying to make an impression and say, you know, I know what I'm talking about, I'm here, you know, I'm a bona fide editor, not some 14-year-old school kid come to vandalise, because there's no way to tell it other than people's behaviour. There's no way to know it from other than the edits themselves. And so you've taken the time to actually say something about yourself. That establishes a certain amount of credibility already. But also, it helps people know what your background is. And if you're talking about you connected with Cochrane, then they'll say, okay, this is somebody who's got an interest in medicine. If they start up anything articles on medicine, we can make an assumption that they know something about it. That's always a help towards establishing real credibility for your editing. I'm asking if I've got to. So you've looked at that and pop. So don't click on the link, but actually go in the box underneath, which is where the edit summary goes, and put a creative page. That's what you've done. Just tell people what you've done. Okay, and then further down, there's a save page and show preview. If you want to have a look at what you've done, you click show preview. Not going to see it because it's the same as it was. Right. But you can see there's just that one sentence. That's okay. And then click on save page. Now, so what you can now do, Ben, is you can click on the edit button towards the top. That's the normal end of it, down a bit. There it is. And that will open you back up to edit again. Okay? Now what I like You two. Now, you've already got it. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is to go right to the very top of your user page, right to the very first line. And you might have to use the arrow keys. I'll get the Dutch back to you. So the very first line is broad.
Oh, so I want to
Yep. Very top. That's it. And then press return a couple of times. And that is how you insert stuff. So if you want to put something before it, you just go to the top, press return a couple of times. Now I want you to type something a little bit unusual. So what we do is we use characters in Wikipedia to make markup, to do tricks for us. Like for bold, you'll see there's like, we've put 3 ticks. There's a sheet there of all the markup. Not that I want you to look at that now, because that's a distraction. But there is a cheat sheet, so you don't have to learn these things. But we use these funny characters to do things. So I'm going to show you something that's very, very powerful. And this is something that that kind of marks it out from a lot of web-generated content. Wikipedia has the ability to include another page in your page. Very, very simple. And what you do is you use the curly brackets, which are just to the right of the letter P on the shift. So if you do shift, curly bracket, 2 of them, so you've got 2 curly brackets.
So will that be here?
This is the letter P, just to the right of it, there's a curly bracket.
Oh, okay.
So it's the open curly bracket, not the closing. It's 2 open curly brackets, that's it.
Okay.
And then I'd like you to type, yeah, so you just, so not one of each, 2 opening ones. The reason is that you might use a curly bracket inside your content. What we're making here is something that would never be used. You never get 2 opening curly brackets in normal text. So we've stolen that to make something out, something different. So this is 2 curly brackets. I want you to type 3 words for it. The first word is new, N-E-W. This can all be in lowercase. So type new, which is what we are, and then space, and the word user, which is also what we are, space, and then bar. Well, this is going to be another type of bar, and then I want you to put 2 more closing curly brackets. 2 closing curly brackets.
So can I do this on? What is it?
You spoil what you've got.
Okay.
Okay. Can you change those brackets that you've used from square ones to curly ones? You need to shift key. And the ones that we use. That's great. Now preview your text. You've already got something, and it'll mess it up, but you can see what they're doing anyway, and we'll rub it together. Show the preview. Just the preview. Look at that. Wow, look, all of that turned up just from 3 words. And that's one of the powerful things that we've got in Wikipedia. Somebody somewhere has already written a page called New User Log. And all you've done is you've called that in and put it in there. And what it's done, of course, is it's created something that says, just scroll down a little bit, about me. And there you are. There's your statement.
Should we add an image?
That's how you work out.
Okay.
That's it. Can you kill most of those spaces there? You just want, in fact, you 1 or none. Yeah, that'll work. When you've done that, what should we put for an edit summary now? And so the thing is,
Add new user page?
that's it, yeah, that's it. On new user bar, isn't it? Add new user bar. That's it. That sounds sensible. So if you haven't already got something in there, Amy, you could have done this, but that's Holly.
So just helps.
Yeah, you're there. And then when you're happy with it, happy with it, just press. That's it. That's it. Now you've got something that looks, you know, the business now. Later on, I'll show
It's new user part.
you. It's brilliant.
Yeah, cool.
All that.
A little bit about
Yeah.
and then you
And then when you put the user bar at the top, you end up in the back. And it takes what I've written. Wow. So now it looks like somebody, has got an impressive user page. So this isn't just a common garden vandal who's come along to destroy the encyclopedia. This is somebody who's taken the time to tell you something. The other nice thing is, if you go back there later on, there's some very useful links for you to look at. Not now,
Okay.
but later on, when we revisit this, the next time you want to edit, you'll be able to just find these links, and I'll find places to get help and some policies and things that are in there. So, okay, Holly, let's get you joined in then now. So that's your user page. We've now got step one of being an accepted Wikipedia, is to get a decent user page. Step two is to learn how to write stuff that isn't going to get deleted. The first step is actually a big. If people look at your page and see that it's something sensible, I think twice before saying, "Oh, this is something we can just. This is something we can mess with." You don't get it. Hopefully. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you, first of all, that you've got a space where you can try things out. And it's called a sandbox. So if you look right at the very top again, you should have and user space is good because you can mess around, you can make mistakes, you can foul up, do anything you want that's not illegal or in contravention of the Digital Communications Millennium Act or whatever. Basically, you can get most things in there without people jumping down your throats and saying you made a mistake. You're messing about. This is your space.
And you also got to read it.
Yes, it's very rude. It's considered very, very rude to mess around with somebody else's user space. So people won't. So you can try stuff out in here, and hopefully you can get the hang of where we're going. So you're making your sandbox. First of all, then, let's just say. One of the things you can do is you can take stuff from articles and paste it in there and work on it yourself. So if you wanted to just change something, you could always pop it into your sandbox, change it, save it back up again. You can also have as many sandboxes as you like. We're not short of server space. So you can make lots of sandboxes. And I think there's a little hint at the top. Right at the very top, it probably says if you write an article and you want to request that it be moved into main space for you, you can click on the button to say, will somebody move this into main, or check it over first and move it into main space for you. That way, you can develop articles in your own space, in your own time, without anybody messing around with it, and then afterwards move them into user space, into main space. That's a very useful way of writing stuff when you're starting. So all of that is available to you. And what shall we put in the sandbox? Well, it says edit below this line. So get your cursor somewhere below that line, and let's do something nice and simple. I was born in Now, you don't have to be truthful about it, remembering that everything that actually appears on these pages is live to the public. Not that anybody's ever going to find it, but it is there, just in case. I usually say I was born in the Solomon Islands, because I always wanted to be born in the Solomon Islands. Because I'm a scuba diver, and one of the things one of the things that I want to do is go and dive and skirt in the sunrise. I haven't got there yet. It's perhaps a bit close. I'll get out. Very nice. That's the sort of thing. But if it plays with you, then just help me out. That's fine. Okay. So, if you put I was born in somewhere, press enter to come onto the new line. Okay. Now you know what that's looks like. Now on the next line underneath I was born. I'm
not sure I understand that if you want it, or I can bring the tray up here if that's easier. You have a tray here, so bring the tray down.
Yeah, well, that'll work in lunch. Thank you. So, on the next line, so I was born in the Solomon Islands. On the next line, actually, I was born in Tipton. I'm still there. It's already on my page. I was born in Tipton, and what I want you to do on the next line is I want you to write 3 interesting things about, and then the name of the place. So 3 interesting things about Tipton. Number 1, it has more canals than boats. Number 2, 3, Tipton Taliban locked up for 5 years in Campex in Guantanamo Bay. The Tipton Slasher is the most famous bare knuckle fighter in the world. And Tipton has 3 railway stations. The place that you never heard of is 3 railway stations. So, there's 3 interesting facts about Tipton. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to say, that's it. 3 interesting facts, yeah. So the first one is about seafood. Breaking up into separate sentences for time. So thank you, just about seafood. That's it. I don't care. I just what I tell you is how it comes out. By all means, put them on separate lines. By all means, put them on separate. And when you've done that, preview it and see whether it turns out how you expected. So, there it is. What's that what you expected? No. So what's happened is, even though you put them on separate lines, when you actually print the HTML, it's all on one line.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the proof.
Oh, yeah.
That's where you're at, and that's the proof. So, there's yours going. Get in. No, there's the proof. That's it. Can I make a suggestion? Let's just save it at that point. Let's just save it at that point. So you need to put in an edit somewhere, which is starting my sandbox and cracking the sandbox. This is where I am. So if you were writing an article about Vancouver, Newcastle, Reading, yeah, then that would be how you might start it off.
So, do we sign the clothing things?
No.
So we just say
The same. The only thing that we sign with two things is full page. So if it says full page, like those we use page. Full page is yes, you put the two things. But you don't have to worry about that. That's going to be something that will happen to you later. So let's just get you to the stage where you can do something to an article without getting reverted straight.
Okay.
So the thing that you learn from that is that even when you put stuff onto your line, it will end up on one line. So how do you get stuff into separate paragraphs? Well, the answer is you actually put an extra line. So a blank line makes a new paragraph. So if you can click on your edit button, yeah, And so click back into edit, and then take you back into the editing tool, editing box, just for you. So after I was born in, just go to the end of that line, and just press enter. Now preview. Just the first line, just put a blank line after the I was born in. And now show the preview. Now you see what's happening. Yeah? So I was born in wherever it was is now one paragraph, and the rest of the stuff is now another paragraph. So if you want to space things out into different paragraphs, you leave a blank line. That's fairly fundamental.
So it's two blank lines.
Well, it's two returns,
Two returns.
which makes one blank line. Yeah? So the blank line makes a paragraph, two returns. And three returns will make, you'll have two lines spaced between them. So, and we don't use that.
No?
We use different things. So we put a heading to make a new section. We want a new section, we give it a heading. I'll talk about that in a minute. What I want to do here, Ben has got 3 different facts on 3 different lines. And what I want to do is, I want you to put yours into your lines as well. But just in there, that's fine. Take that blank line out for me. I'm going to show you one more trick. One of the things you do is make a list. And it's very easy to make a list. You start a line with a start.
Start?
With a start. So if you go to the beginning of edit-a-thon sequence, the first of the 3 interesting facts, and you put a start and a space. That's it. So if you put a start and a space at the beginning of each one, and that's it. And preview that. You'll see it's not all together. Okay? That's okay. So now another one for that's beautiful mountains and details. Another star and space between the space. So there's the, if you like, the sort of simplest sort of thing. Or is it food time?
It's food time.
Oh look, we've got to a spot where if you just put an edit somewhere, I'm going to spend another 5 or 10 minutes with you before we actually start editing some articles. But what I suggest you do is when you've saved your page, go and get some food, and we can sit back down, we can have a chat, or we can do some more editing while we're eating. Depends on how good you are doing 2 things at once.
So how do we sign our page, since this is in the top page of sound?
So we don't sign.
WhatsApp.
Then sign anything that looks like an article, we don't sign.
Okay, so it's just saying.
So probably your edit something. To make this. That's it. And save your page. Okay, I want to get we grab a bottle. And I've got another, just a few more minutes. You know, we're still short of 1 o'clock when we spend an hour. If I spend another 10 minutes on the topic of referencing, then you've got the idea. You know, you edit in the box, you do this, you put stuff, blank line is paragraph and so on. And you can look up the rest of the wiki markup. If you want something in bold, you tell you what to do. If you want something in italics, that's stuff you can read for yourself. Once you've got these basic bits and the idea of referencing, you'll do well. Let's have a bite.
This is fabulous.
Right, you're going to come on.
Alright, so we're on for like for more sandwiches. Sorry.
So, is it carnivore stuff or vegetarian stuff?
It should be a mix of stuff.
Oh, right.
It's like a vegetarian stuff. Yeah, we've got mozzarella and some. Did he come from London?
Yep. Yep. None of those are me.
That's amazing what you got.
So because Charlie was need to step outside.
Sorry, yeah, very helpful.
I'm going to step. This is an 81.
What's relevant? Software what's relevant? What about food and this sort of thing?
Evidence-based food.
Yeah. So where's the best when we've got training going on?
It's great to know some good.
It's nice, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sitting behind you and slightly encoding that.
Oh, fine. So how long has cancer research had a week of university?
Since the 1st of May. I think I'm also up to the project in a bit more detail, but basically we tried to get the Wikipedia thing off the ground about 3 or 4 years ago, and it kept sort of stalling because no one at CAK had time to really put the legwork in. Meanwhile, the word got out that Cancer Research UK was going to make all the cancer information on Wikipedia correct. I kept being asked to talk at conferences about how we were doing this. I figured that probably just from a reputation point of view, we needed to.
So.
So,
Yeah, that's me.
to cut a long story short, we approached Welcome for funding and they gave us some money and we got John and we're here. What's happening in the meat file?
There's time chicken, there's tuna, and there's salmon. But it's been shared with another group, so you need to get next week.
So what was that one?
I think I got one.
Okay.
So, if you want me to step in, step, and come, do a bit.
I'm just going to do what I enjoy. And then, I'll see if I can get them doing a bit ready.
Yeah,
And then, that will be that.
We can have till 4:30.
Well, it's how many people will stand. But if you're sort of in position, we can carry on a little bit now. If you can stand stand waiting through your lunch. So what I want you to do is I want you to get back in the sandbox.
So they're going to read it?
Starting from the very beginning, who's helping us? Yes, we are, yes.
I didn't
No idea one more, but probably.
Sydney handling.
Hopefully, yes.
Yeah, the
Although
last
it's pretty early in the morning for it. So anyway,
Do we have to block
can you get back into your sandbox now? Ben, you're in there. See if I can just hang with
Nice.
Yeah, do explain your position.
So this is the power it's my contribution.
To justify your existence.
Everyone left me, I have to justify my existence.
You've got Sydney,
Will you see pages change? How are you feeling?
right, at the moment we want to put changing sandboxes where we need to do practice. So,
Well, that's how we go, shall we?
yeah.
Okay. How many joining this with me? Back into the sandbox.
Okay.
Okay. So, let's imagine that we're going to write an article about a topic called ombre that you presumably never heard of. Is that right?
Ombre?
Sounds like it's good. So let's go into your sandbox. What we're going to do, click the edit so we're in there. And what I want you to do, I want you to leave just a few blank lines underneath what you've done, because this is only practice. And let's imagine we've got an article, and we're going to write just a section in that main article about ombre. Now, ombre is a card game. So we've got an article called Card Games, and it might have a section for poker, and a section for bridge, and so on until we get to ombre. Now, John, can you do me a favour while we're doing this? Can you look up the Wikipedia article on ombre and see if you can find the ISBN number for David Parfit's book? Because of course we're going to use. Okay, so we need to edit. Oh, we need to edit, yeah. So that brings us back into there. Leave a few blank lines. And what I want you to do is I want you to type the word ombre, which is a capital O, and then an N, and a B, and an R, and an E. It's a corruption of the Spanish word for man.
Olives, yeah?
Barlet, yeah, that's the guy. Okay, so if you've got that open for us, I'll come to you in a second. John's going to add the same. Okay. So what I want you to do now is I want you to, can you do this on your, can you highlight the word on there? I don't know how easy that is on pads and things. On laptops, obviously, you can use the shift key and use that. And you should have, if you just make sure you can see the toolbar at the top of your editing screen. There it is. Can you see that what's at the top? There's a B. Well, that would make something bold, but I would make it bold. Don't click on the vision. What I want you to do is see the spot that says Advanced. Click on Advanced, and it'll open up another bit toolbar. And over on the left-hand side, there's Heading. Now, this is a very roundabout way of getting there, but it always is going to work. And there's a drop-down box for heading, and it offers you level 2, 3, 4, and so on. This needs to be a level 2 heading. So if you click on that, can you see what it's done? It's just put a couple of equal signs either side of it, fact, it would have been a lot easier just to do it by the but I wanted you to see that if you can't remember how to get things, there's help on the toolbar. Fine. So when you get used to it, you just type 2 equals sign. That's a level 2 heading. And the only level 1 heading is the title of the article. So if it was an article called card games would automatically be a level 1 heading. Everything else would be subheadings, level 2, level 3. Would anybody like to make a guess at what you type to get a level 3? Yes, so yes, what I mean, exactly right. See? This is natural. This is natural for you. A level 3 heading 3 equals sign, a level 4 heading and so on. So you probably will remember those. If not, it's on the cheat sheet, or you can always drop it down on the toolbar and get out. So on the line underneath ombre, I want you to type, on the line underneath the heading, I want you to type, ombre is a card game for 2 players. Also. Okay? Ombre is a card game for 2 players. In your edit summary, so go to your edit summary and put in right, or something like that, or section, new section, or whatever it is, or whatever you want, whatever you think will, that's it, will remind you of what you did, and you can probably save the page. If you want to preview it, just make sure it looks right. Save it as soon as you get a chance. Now, can you see what that does? It makes a heading. Let's have a look on yours, Holly, see if yours is coming. Yeah? Very clear heading there. And you'll see that when you're reading Wikipedia articles, you'll see these sorts of headings, the line underneath. Save it up for us. That's it. So that's if you want to make a new section in an article, you decide you need a section on signs and symptoms, get a space, dash dash, so equals, space, signs and symptoms, space equals. One of the things I should say is that all our subheadings and titles are always in sentence case. So the first letter is capital S. So signs and symptoms would be a capital S for signs, with a lowercase s for and symptoms.
That's just the one
Convention. Just our convention. Because somebody has to make a decision and that's what we decide. So there we are. Now, can anybody tell me what's wrong with what we've got there? What's wrong with that? Have you saved all of it, Holly? So what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it?
Oh, it's automatically.
No, nothing automatic. That's not what's wrong with it. What's the reference?
It's the evidence.
Ah, the evidence. Right. What do you want evidence for?
Back up on speaking.
Aha! So what's wrong with it? No. Although reference is always helpful. What's actually wrong with it? No. Simpler than that. Simpler than that. You know the answer, Henry?
What was the reference for?
No, not a reference. This is just a statement. Ombre is a card game for 2 players.
Is it a card game too?
What?
Is it a card game too?
Certainly a card game.
Okay. Could it be for
It's for 3 players, yes. We all play Ombre with 3 players. Simple as that. So what's wrong with it is it's factually incorrect. Okay? So that's not a good thing to have in the encyclopedia. Would you be kind enough to nip into the editing? And you'll notice, by the way, when you've got a section, you don't have to just edit section as an edit button right by the word Ombre. You don't have to be able to use full page if you wish to. So we need to change the 2 to 3. Okay. Now, before you go any further, what would happen if you did this in an article? You know, you write Andre's code down for 2 plays, somebody else comes along and says 3 plays. And you say, no, it isn't, it's 2 plays. You change it back to 2 plays. And then they change it back to 3 plays. Somebody else comes in and changes it to 4 plays. I mean, how do you get any resolution for that? And now we're talking about evidence. Yeah? So what we need is we need a reference that tells us that it really is a card game for 3 players. Now, John, unfortunately, has got our Wikipedia articles, and he should be able to tell us about the. There's a book there called. Is it the handbook or the penguin?
Oxford Dictionary of Card Games.
Oxford Dictionary of Card Games. That's a good one. Now, the Oxford Dictionary of Card Games actually contains a description of lots and lots of different card games. Usually, I carry it around and it's a big thick code, but I didn't bring it to get my heavy side to keep looking around. But anyway, you take my word for it this time. It's in there in the article. If you actually get your hand on the Oxford Dictionary of card games, you can actually look. You know how pages it is?
1, 2, 4.
124. So on page 124 it describes the card game on there. First thing it says is card game for 3 players. And then it says it's played with a reduced package. Anyway, what we want to do is we want to be able to say to people, right, if you were to go to the book Oxford Encyclopedia Dictionary or whatever it is, card games, by David Collins, and look on page 124, you would see the proof, what would actually verify this statement is true, this card game is true. So that's what we use references for. References are there so that people can actually check the veracity of what you do.
So we put references in our article or we put them in our summary?
Good point. Either.
Pardon?
Either.
Either, okay.
You can put them directly in the text, or you can collect all your references up at the bottom. For the moment, let's do the simplest one, which is we'll just put the references in what we call inline as we go along. So references by convention on Wikipedia always come immediately after punctuation, if at all possible. So we're going to put those references right after that full stop. Right. So if you
Right after?
right after. Well, put your cursor right there.
Okay.
Yeah. And then what do we? Then what do we? So make sure your cursor is there. And can you see that toolbar? Up on that toolbar, there's the top toolbar with the should be something called Site. Unless you use an Internet Explorer.
Oh,
In which case,
You can feed something through the big screen.
if only we could, yeah. Yeah, that'd be really wonderful. See now it looks like we're gonna lose a bit of video from you. You're gonna get something else coming up. Okay? There we go.
I just share the screen in a minute.
Right. So, now you've got to work on my own.
I'll try and I can do it from a flat screen.
Oh, you've got to. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to put our cursor right after the end of that full stop. The references always go after punctuation every time. And then up on the toolbar, you'll see the word site. So if you click on site, you now get a drop-down box called templates. And if you drop down the box called templates, you've got a choice of what we're going to pick. And the one that I always encourage people to start off with is a book. Books are things that like you can have in your hand and you can check them. And so if you click on book, this is what comes up. A little film. Now that's actually quite an intuitive way of doing things. When you get used to it, you can just fill things yourself, quite often. But for now, using these is probably a good way of doing it. So what's the guy called? Don't worry about that. Just pull the name out for us, John.
Pilot.
Pilot. Okay, I don't need to type that. I just want you to realise that that's his name. David Pilot, yeah? Yeah. And so we could fill those in, and we could do the title, which is the
Oxford Dictionary.
Dictionary card game, yeah. And it's publisher.
Yeah.
We could just fill all those in, or this is a neat little tool because if you give it the ISBN number, you can fill the rest in for you. You read the ISBN number.
It's 08018.
Well, just keep your eye on that. 08018.
8235.
2354. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's ISBN 10 we've got there. Yeah. If we've got a 13, we'll prefer a 13, because it'll identify the edition. And the only other thing that we, well, yes, let's click the magnifying glass. We can all do this. If you've got the ISBN number, you can click the magnifying. And whoa!
Oh, it's wrong.
Wow.
Something else.
Okay.
The art of conjecturing. That's
0801823. Oh, sorry, I've given you the wrong one. Well, that's another reference.
Let's click on cancel for a moment.
Or do you want to?
No, we just click on cancel.
Yeah. Okay.
And just drop the template there again, and we'll get site book up.
Okay.
Let's go back to the ISBN deal. Okay, this time.
0198
0198
691
691
734.
734. Should have known that off by heart. And so we click, yeah, we can click that, yeah, definitely. There we go. Ah! So that's David Pilot, as predicted. The history of card games, basically the title.
And actually, somebody should fill that in the article because it hasn't got the publisher or the publication.
Yeah, I know, it's always the
The
same.
manual.
It's always the same. Every time I find one of these, the one that's in the flipping articles of the press.
Because
This is good
actually
for
do it that
we
way.
can do it
Ombre.
better.
Sorry, what do you
Well, the Ombre reference just says equal Oxford Dictionary of Card Games, David Pilot, page 124, ISBN. So it hasn't got the publisher. It hasn't been done like this. It hasn't been done like this. It's only got the publisher. It hasn't got the publisher. It hasn't got the publication date.
So,
I've got the ISBN, so you can get all that. But hasn't actually been done very well.
the actual, there's a real article which exists already on Wikipedia about Ombre, which is where Nicholas from. The other one I do this is for you, John. I do one on tufted duck.
Okay. I've seen Ombre before.
The tufted duck's the other one, and I've got several anyway, for these sorts of gigs. But I thought Ombre's one of my favourites because it's not so. And the only thing we haven't told it, which you can't tell from the ISBN, is the page. And if it's more than one page, there's a section there that says pages, and if it's just one page, you just fill it. And it's page 124.
Yeah.
And so we just click insert. It's good enough for us for a moment. normally, what I get people to do is I'll normally get people to name their reference to give it the name. So this would be, what would you call this? Oxford Card Games or Pilot 1992 actually we found.
Yes.
Do the references get saved in like a boring bank of references?
Oh,
or is it
family.
yeah.
Oh,
No, you copy them. You can copy them across if you want.
well, you can see there it is. It says red, and then there's these little curly. You remember those curly brackets we use? There's a page called Site Book, which got all the backbone of what needs to be done. And then here, this time we're supplying with parameters. There's a vertical bar there, and the first last name is Pilot, and the first name is David. The title is History of Card Games, the date is 1999. So the publisher is Oxford University. I hate that, it should say University, not University. Location, Oxford, brackets, UA. United. ISBN is there, and it doesn't matter whether you put the dashes in or whatever, spaces, it's there. Page 123, the edition is first published as page.
Which does that show?
Yeah.
That's fine.
So, can you preview your work then?
But whenever I have a book like that, I copy it to my user page. If it's a book I've got, so I've got a big list on my user books I've actually got, so all are likely to use again.
One day we're going to have these all on Wikipedia.
We should get manually. Write software so we can do this on manually? We have reference editor?
Oh, I know, yeah. If you use Zotero can actually output a Wikipedia reference directly. But it's up to, it's obviously the format is the format, and it's up to people to,
Change the format.
no, it's up to referencing things to match that format if they want to be using Wikipedia.
Oh,
In other
right.
words,
So we should have to
we're
do a Wikipedia style.
yes, because Wikipedia,
Right.
Zotero has got the Wikipedia style built in, but not every referencing tool has.
Right.
That's the problem. You just got to get the people who write the referencing tools just to include, they'll have one for API, they'll have one for Chicago, and so on, and one for maybe for some of the common journals that have their own referencing scheme. And this is the Wikipedia. This is one of the many Wikipedia referencing schemes. But this is fairly standard one. It goes last name, comma, first name, semicolon, last name, comma, first name, semicolon, etc. And then in brackets the date, and then full stop. And then italicized title, and then the edition, full stop, the publisher, so the location, colon, publisher's name, full stop, and then the page, full stop, ISBN. That's how it's just, that's how we do it, basically. So you could do that by hand. You can actually craft that. You could write that, the whole of that, you could just write out as a reference if you want. But it's probably easy.
I actually personally, when I'm not doing medical stuff where I stick to that convention, I do it much more simply. I put the book at the bottom, usually from Google Books or from JSTOR, quite easily. So I don't have a template at all. I just put the book at the bottom of the page as reference. In the individual citation, I just pick up ref from the bottom of the edit window, and I put a snippet page on it instead. And actually, I find that quite easy. But maybe just don't like that.
Well, actually, they don't mind it so much. Most of my medical articles are on the same site, except I use an SFN template, short footnote. So I generate those automatically, so you can go from one to the other. But any time you've got the same book quoted multiple times with different pages,
That's when it's handy.
that's where it's really
And also, if you want to quote 3 books at the same time,
yes.
which I very often do,
Yeah, you can do that.
sometimes noting that they disagree. You know, rather than having that 3 different footnotes, just do it in one.
But anyway, that's stepping on a bit. When you get used to it, you'll develop the flexibility to be able to do it. But for now, I strongly encourage you to use the standard template, because that means it'll look right. And when somebody comes and looks at your work and says, who's this new boy that's just turned up on my article? The article that I spent ages and ages writing, and somebody's just turned up and changed it. Who are these people? And they'll come and have a look at your user page to see who the heck you are. But I'll also look at what you've written. And if you've written something with an exactly styled reference that looks like it needs the same style as in the article, they'll say, oh, that's it, right. They just bitch about whether the sorting uses it. But this is cast iron. This is absolutely cast iron. And if you do this sort of thing, try and use the template, fill over it. Use the tools to start with. When you get experience, you can start shooting. So now you know how to do reference. Okay? Can you save that?
Is it worth mentioning, though, if you do exactly the same thing with DIY or certain paper?
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yes. It's annoyingly, it doesn't work in the same way.
Oh, doesn't it?
No.
They are ambitious. They are a bit eccentric. They don't always work. They work differently in different browsers. Sometimes they don't work at all. So actually, correcting style citations is one of the few things that other editors will come along and do for you. So if you make a mistake in your text, don't expect anybody to spot it or correct it.
Well,
but if you add a citation, as long as the basic information is there, actually that's something that will come up it.
Yep.
So in a sense, you don't need to worry, because sometimes you just can't quite get the tools to work. In software, they're a bit of a state of flux. There's some of the most useful ones are in my opinion.
Pretty much done now. Yeah.
They work better.
Yeah, pretty much. So it is settling down now. Can you do me one more edit? And then I'm going to go and throw the thing back over again. Or you perhaps do something. Have a look, try to do something. One more edit. Can you make yourself a new paragraph below the reference? Still with the whole graph. I'd like you to put it is played with a pack of 50 cards. Also. Now the reference to that is the same as the last one, but it's actually on page 125. So there is, as an exercise, see if you can put yourself a reference. It's the same book, but it's page 125.
Could you just copy it from?
Yeah, right, you could. Or you could use the template fill-in, or there's lots and lots of ways to do it. You certainly, if you copy all the rest in there and just change it, that also works. Whatever way you want to try and do it, if you want to try the template again, please feel free. If you just want to copy the page and change page 124 to page 125.
Yeah, I have a question. When I've done this, maybe it's all the sections. Do the sections show on reference at the bottom of the page?
Yeah, I've got one more thing to do. I'll show you this. What you've done is you've put the references in, but you haven't told it where where the references will go. So what it's done is it's automatically generated the references underneath, which it will do in your sandbox. But in the article, we need to tell it we're going to have the things right down the bottom. So what I want you to do is, the final little bit, the last thing that I'm going to ask you to do, I'll probably, if I go up on the holidays, if you go down onto a couple of lines down, and what you do is you put a second level header. Can you remember how we do a second level header? We're going to do a second level header with the word references. So the second level header called references. It doesn't matter. You can click that, click level 2 and just type, because there'll be a space for you to type into another. And then on a new line, straight underneath the word references, if you like, what I want you to do is I want you to type something special, which is a word that tells the server to put the references here. And it's called ref list. And if you can't remember what it is, you've got an insert thing down at the bottom. And that will, that's it. Up a bit, just at the bottom of the native, there's the insert. Click that. There's a different thing. If you get a wiki markup, they give you lots of common words that you can use. Click on that and just have a look and see what it shows you. See, look, there's a scroll up a bit. So there's all the different things you can have. And ref list is actually there. It's, if you click on it, it's actually put it in little text for you. So even if you can't remember how to do it, there's help there for you if you just look.
And this is also where you get, if you click the drop down on wiki markup, it's where you get all your diacriticals, symbols.
Yeah. So if you have a look at symbols, the symbols. Yeah.
Latin does all the Roman alphabet languages and so on. You just have to make sure you've got the cursor in the right place.
Yeah. And then hit it and put it straight in. So we've now got the word ref list. Notice that's got those curly brackets as well. Again, this is what we call a template. Mechanics of it. But that's set up to tell the server to collect all the references together and put them in this place. So wherever you put that, that's where the references will show up. Okay? So pop a final edit summary in there, references or something like that, or ref list, or in your edit summary, and save your page up. It's starting to look like it, isn't it? Now look, I've been talking to you now for the best part of an hour and a half. Well, it's not quite an hour and a half, and that's probably more than enough for me talking. Would you like to spend some time editing? Okay. And what we'll do is let's spend half an hour or so just seeing what we can do. Now, who's ready to write a new article? Who's in the business of writing a new article? You have a new article in mind to write?
I
Or would you like to perhaps edit an existing article? Yeah. Well, there's two ways of editing an existing article. If you're confident, you go in and edit it. If you're less confident, you copy the text into your sandbox, play around with it there, and then copy it back again afterwards when you're happy with it.
What's the output of doing this now?
None at all. Well,
that's a bit of an oversight. It depends which article. Quite a lot. So, for example, I wouldn't start typically with UX. I wouldn't start with, say, Barack Obama Britney Spears or yeah, you want to there are ways. I don't know if you look at the page history, see how active it is, and look at the talk page, see if there's a lot of arguments.
So nothing where there's any controversy where you pick on.
Well, it depends how good your edits are, frankly. You know, if you're going to do, nobody's usually going to complain if you're going to add something that was missing and reference it properly. Unless the page happens to be sort of monitored by some nutcase who doesn't see things that way, which can happen. But generally speaking, good edits are recognised as such, and everyone's fine with that. But obviously, you know, controversial pages and pages where there are arguments, existing arguments. But actually, most pages are very quiet, really, depending on the subject area. And actually, an awful lot of time nobody notices. So on the whole, you should probably go in. If you're a bit concerned, you can go on the talk page and say, I've identified such and such a problem with the article. I'm going to be doing some edits, but please let me know. So that's just a sort of courtesy notice, and also be interested to see if that draws out any page watchers. Particularly if you really think an article is absolutely rubbish and you want to rewrite it completely, you should probably do that. You should probably say, I propose to rewrite this quite considerably, unless anyone, objects.
And do a draft in your sandbox.
Yeah,
and say, look at this.
You can do, but I mean, you can just say, I think this is very poor, and I plan to rewrite it completely, unless anyone objects. And if no one objects, you probably okay. If you give them a week, 3 or 4 days or something, you probably just get stuck in. There are an awful lot of articles that are pretty terrible, need complete rewriting, and no people object. There are other articles where the most trivial and correct change can provoke a firestorm, and as a new editor, you're in some unfortunate position, particularly, but you're not, because you know me and Doug online, so you can ask us for good thoughts. But I mean, people are very suspicious of new editors. They're kind of treated with suspicion, partly because people often think they're old editors who got thrown out, coming back.
Which most of the time they are, again. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at an example, would it, I suppose?
Of?
Have a look at child abuse. Just pull up the article of child abuse. I mean, you don't have to do it yourselves, Ben and Ollie's doing it for you. But you can if you wish. You don't just read the screen out. Now, don't forget, you can always go back to your sandbox any time, because it's at the top of every page you've got the link to. So here's child abuse. Well, this looks alright. That looks reasonable, isn't it? Not looking too problematical. Scroll on down. Types, physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect. Skip scrolling. All this is fine until you get to treatment. So it's cognitive behavioural therapy. Rational CBE therapy. Parent-child interaction therapy. Other forms. So that's all okay. And you think, oh, fine. Now, scroll back to the top. One of the things you can do is each page has got a history, and the cursor almost on it where it says view history. Now you'll notice, by the way, that it says view source. That means you can't edit it. The page is protected from editing by reviewers. And here's the reason. Just have a little look at that. There you go.
Yeah.
Scroll back.
Fights.
What?
You value the fights.
Look at that.
So, James,
From the 4th, yeah, go on. Look from the 2nd of September. Now, Flyer 22 is a medic, one of ours. On the 22nd of September, an IP puts something in on treatment. Oh, and on the 30th of August, Panasonic puts something in treatment.
Saying something in the house.
So, what's been happening here, look, is treatment, organic time puts something in, and then it gets reverted. So 566 bytes added, 566 bytes taken out. Treatment. Panasonic puts 566 bytes back in again.
So it goes back
Flyer
there,
22 takes it out.
No, it's reverted.
Oh, he's reverted Arthur.
It's somewhere down here.
Anyway, whatever. Yeah, but Arthur is taken out and banned sock puppet. But this is the 11th of August. You'll see the date. Now, what's happening is Panasonic 345 is putting this treatment back in again. And then Flyer's taking it out. And then this IP address is putting it back in again. Per talk page. That means we need to have a look at the talk page. That Flyer takes it out again. Panasonic puts it back in and puts a citation on it. And now, that's me, by the way. That's Rex. Takes it out and tells me to go to the talk page. Then James, that's Doc James, protects it. Only auto-confirmed users. Until the 5th of March 2015. No messing there from James. And then it gets cleaned up a bit more, and a bit more, and a bit more, and there's quite a lot of clean. So there's a huge amount of clean-up happening. And all that's been happening. This is not really a good article to go to. Have a look on the talk page if you want to scroll up, because the talk page is where all this gets thrashed out. Over my article, there is talk.
So basically you're arguing with spam.
You'll see what the well. Scroll to the bottom. You don't have to get quite to the bottom. Look here, keep going, keep going. Here it is. This is what it's all about. It's all about learning, development strategy. And Panasonic 345 on the 26th of August says, I'm a bit confused. Since their empirical studies show a positive effect, doesn't that make it evidence-based? And Craven and Lee found it to be evidence-based. See Craven and Lee. And there's a citation, you know, short, solid. And there's an article which summarised the case that the treatment is effective. Empirically based and supported. Hughes and Becker Morgan. There's a DI on there, good stuff, all this. Should I have the citation to support the document, the statement? He's already edited about 6 times at this point. Yeah, and so it got took out, unless anyone objects, he'll add it back in again. Okay? And now Arthur comes in, and there is actually an article on guiding developmental psychotherapy, which also needed one. There's not scientific consensus that there's evidence. So if any of you have ever heard of guiding developmental, anybody? Anybody? No. No, I don't suppose you will. Because it only exists in one person's mind. No, Arthur's one of ours. Arthur's a skeptic. Arthur's a scientist and a skeptic. Arthur's a good lad. Lives in California and he usually knows what he's doing. Although he's forever getting stuck in controversies. He works in Mayfield. Alarix is another one of our medics. So, Flyer 22 is one of ours, and he asks, this is really interesting, he asks WP Med to weigh in. And this is how I found it, because Flyer dropped a note on the talk page for Wiki Project Medicine. And if you're having problems, Wiki Project Medicine has got a talk page called The Doctor's Mess. You can go in there and you can talk to people who, and there's a lot of people. James is in there, I'm usually monitoring it as well. I don't know, I hope so. I'll have a look in a minute. But anyway, so you've now got this, and then you've got this, claims of efficacy of medical treatments require high quality sources. So as soon as you've got a medical treatment, even if it's a psychology, if you say that it's effective, you've got to have the highest quality sources. And so I'm pointing them, this is me, pointing them at MedRS, reliable secondary sources, preferably published in a quality journal. Primary studies showing effect simply not good. And that's a very real thing to make sure that any genuine accepted treatment will be reviewed and analysed in literature reviews or well-structured meta-analysis. There's no evidence of DD failures, and this of course information you should really know.
Therapy, for example, is another one where it's much more respectable, but the ideal trial evidence is never. Proton beam therapy,
So, but here's, let's not put the cat into pigeons, but worry about that later. This one's an obvious one, because DDP really is, I mean, it's invention. Dyadic means, which is probably now, means between two. So what it is it's an attempt to actually have one parent becomes the link person for the child, and they develop these different strategies for overcoming the trauma of being a child abused. So anyway, here's sagepub.com, and here's the criteria they use. So all this is the better vitamin cues. All looks good. Respectable publications in their field support paragraph. Okay. And then he picks up this bit. Isn't the starvation family? And this is. I'm showing you this because this is. And you see, what I did is I put there. Because he's given me these nice links and things. Yeah. But better joke in PubMed. So PubMed hasn't indexed it. Now that's a red flag straight away. If somebody's trying to put an article in to a source that isn't PubMed indexed, you start thinking, how the hell did they get a reputable medical source published somewhere that didn't get indexed by PubMed? That something's gone wrong there. So I object to this because it's not indexed in PubMed. Kind enough to give a full citation, including the PMID. Notice no PMID, they definitely don't exist. Just two PDFs that I'd already found anyway, I'd Googled. They show up on Google, they're not putting that. This guy's still trying to get it in.
And using exactly the same text as well.
Yeah.
Is this now these are copying and pasting?
Is this okay? Yes. And then finally you get this bit. Yobol, another one of our medics, knew or checked and found that the Craig and Lee research had actually been criticised, which of course this Samsung wasn't talking about. And this is me again. It's not indexed in PubMed, but if something's not even indexed in PubMed, what chance has it got of meeting MedRS and the highest quality sources of this? And actually, if you look at it, the Crackdown review only looks at the back development study from 2004. And they actually, even the citation the guy wants to use doesn't support it. Because they broke down different sorts of interventions. There's one well-supported efficacious treatment, two supported and probably efficacious, and three supported and acceptable, and then there's 4 and 5, which is good. But DDP is in category 3, there's no mention of effectiveness. So he's trying to write guided developmental psychotherapy has been found to be effective. That's part of the text that keeps being put in and taken out. And you can see that the actual source that he's trying to use to support it, doesn't even support the fact that it's, the state of claim that it's effective. So there's something very funny going on here, and if you now look at the very last line, And it's on a D45, it's now blocked as a sock of D. Peterson, who has for years been working to insert D into various articles. So we've got one loony who believes in this DDP thing. He's been trying to promote it. He's managed to get it published in one place, and now he's using it to try and jam it into as many articles as he can in Wikipedia.
So does Wiki have automated software to have specific topics that are problems?
No.
Like that? No.
If only we did. And it's just that people will know, people have got memories.
Yeah.
And I haven't been involved previously, but the next time it comes around, I'll remember. So this is a shock. I haven't seen it especially before. Somebody gets banned from Wikipedia very often. Just not anything good to the norms we expect. And so they make a new account. And they start doing the same thing with that account. And then another new account and so on. So, okay, so there's an example for you of some of them. So if you think about editing child abuse, give it a little bit of time to settle down. Well, what do you think, Andy? Is that illustrative, I think?
It's really good, yeah. Great example.
It's I mean, that's just been see how much effort it costs just with one person trying to get his own way about this peculiar thing.
These sort of things are really useful for training. Is there a place where these sort of things are documented?
Well,
to share as kind of training tools? Because this is an absolutely perfect example to go through that thing.
It comes up in the. I mean, it comes up in the Med project. You know, because all this kind of thing gets reported.
Cool.
You know, that's a lot of what the project is all about.
If you have any suspicions, just go and do a search in the archive of your Wikipedia talk page, Wikipedia project name, talk page, and you'll very often find the same arguments.
Yeah.
Hash through enough times already.
This is important. It's a bit of fun to figure out. Talk pages start from the bottom.
Yes.
So
You land at the bottom.
don't try reading them from the top.
Of yours.
No, you've got to read it from the top if you want to know. The oldest stuff is at the top.
Yeah.
If you're going to go through.
So in chronological order,
Yeah.
they go from top to bottom, which means when you add something new,
Into the bottom. The newest things are at the bottom.
All this is supposed to be changing.
Well, what about editing? How about it? Have you got something you fancy editing?
We have these.
Yes.
We haven't sent. You didn't copy it. Did you copy the points on ovarian?
Yeah, I couldn't get the extra review because it wasn't finished yet. I've got some references and things like that, but I can send that over in a minute. But Katrina's actually now. Yeah.
Yeah. Should I?
Yes.
So
And I think Amy was thinking about rheumatoid arthritis.
yeah. Let's put rheumatoid in. Look, you're right. What about Ben? Have you got something you?
Do you have a CF?
You can choose from them, or you prefer something specific.
Where's the list?
This is the
Down a bit, walk a bit, click. We go one shot.
Sorry?
We go one shot.
Okay, I'm sending you.
Yeah, you're getting away one of them. So.
Sorry? Right.
Sent you some quite detailed comments on the review of ovarian or epidemiology.
I'll pop it back in again. It's like destroyed completely.
Okay, so this is the 10th flowers. So there are, well, we started off as a company. Let's do some doubts. which gradually progressed into really important thing.
Would it be easy to pull it?
It's pretty useless spring though, to be honest. So it might take a while.
Just have this one.
Yeah. No,
That's so we find it. I think it's have you rolled on the
I mean, if anyone wants some ancillary articles, ancillary articles, almost any. But no, I can suggest.
Okay, search. If we search for the education,
Is he looking to
Yes.
roll?
Yes, I think it's stress. S4BE introduction.
This is where my skills fail. I'm terrible at reading.
I couldn't help with it. Spent a lot of time doing that.
Yep. Okay, so suggested that this one.
Yep.
So I was not.
Okay. I mean, one thing that's very often. Often the lead is too short. Yeah, exactly. So it should have some extension. Maybe. Do you know a lot about room style analysis? Okay. I mean, that's a little bit fairly. So it might not be the best place to.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So
Have a look at the references.
I mean, that's the other thing. So look at the references, see how old they are.
that's a potential for using things.
Yeah, they don't actually, I mean, didn't actually move there for a bit. So I mean, one could, if one of those actually says that, then one could change the reference. So actually goes to the right point.
It does seem simple, but
Okay, so
don't
Mr.
cut
Sullivan,
because
I
obviously
would actually work on skills.
so you
See what's on.
Yeah.
Probably, it would be better to do something.
Generally,
It's right now.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think it, to me, that's like, unless there's, I don't know if room time is possible.
No, it's not.
Not sure, that's all, not at all, okay. Okay, well, in that case, it's right.
It's not presentable, I mean.
So-
There's no
It's arrogant,
presentation.
but-
Yeah, this is where
Strategy.
should be able to focus on authors.
Yeah.
So,
Nobody wants to.
Yeah, that's probably the thing. Always have lots of tabs though. So yeah,
let's
yeah.
read the article for this section.
multiple visits more.
All issues. Yeah. There's no prevention.
Well, I suggest we had a look at the.
Check.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
if you go to your Wikipedia, Let's have a look. Where's prevention, first of all? Let's start. Prevention is 92. Okay? If you hold down your command key, or your control key, click that.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
what we prefer to. You go to the
Open link in
not
the
the
new
dirty
tab.
one.
Okay, so that's tidy. Okay, so let's get back to room tidy off. So, there's probably there are a couple of new. So shall we just look at it? So we'll look at 10 years back.
And do that together.
That's what we take.
So they've been sending out
Reduction.
to trial, so these are reduction edits. So, this was last week.
So for some reason, that's a particular PDF.
Yeah.
So there's a mistake in the direction.
How can you understand it? Totally from it's pure.
So if we look back at
Let's do the
The old
references. So that's
Yeah.
So speech of
security.
Mhm.
And then I'll just check.
Seriously.
So I'm going to just
Yeah.
wouldn't say the studies. So if we get sites.
Yeah, I mean, not, sorry, what's the source?
This is periodically.
Yeah, again, we should be something about all the sections should be functionally, in some way. That leads to should
So it's PDF. So trying to find the one that they're using.
well, they
So from here on,
they are supposed, something's called the no
so
surprise.
it's going to be one of
So
those.
you should be able to read the lead and then read the rest of the article without sort of coming across anything and go, oh, that's actually lead. So the lead should basically be like an abstract. And there should be nothing in the rest of the article that comes as a surprise. Big surprise.
So the major
Most leads are too short. The policy which is the one that goes in green says that should also actually sometimes
Forget this one.
what people often do is for quite long character, but big stuff. She's that's right. Something like so most leads are too short, and also are leads are crucial base. Most medical leads are much one article, its first, entire first paragraph, something like odontoma is a ontoma orthogenetic origin. So that's the first paragraph.
No, that's
But that one, after it's gone over the actual name, is reasonably right, because it's using That's often a problem.
So I'm assuming on the LCD.
Yes, we're coming down in favour of that. And that one has got 3 references. They're all at the end.
So this is not looking like a very profitable way.
That's probably.
Ah,
That's not.
no string anything.
That's very old. That's very old. Yeah,
So,
wonder. To work out what's going on.
let's see if can you see if there's a copy with you?
So that's showing you very typically major editing from 2000. Not very much this year, but some. And that's showing you 2 months. And then this shows you who's editing it. So here, that's by edits, that's by actual parts, problems not the same. Although the way you have to get it, if you look here, top editors, lesion, regular, yes, these ones all show this one is lights in 2015, and basically the picture is this. And that's the kind of article where if you think 40 but I mean, if you felt well, this just needs starting from scratch, but you probably won't say.
Does anyone want to drink?
There we go.
Absolutely. How do you like it?
Strong as possible, spicy up.
Yeah.
Smelling. But sometimes
Water.
So if you want to do that,
Can we search this?
coffee with 2. Sorry.
where would you start?
Rewriting it. Well, read it. Compare it to the sources you've got. It doesn't. It seems a bit odd that it doesn't really. It sounds like surgery should be front. And then, possible treatments.
So you use this reference when you record it.
Well, if you've got that, you would use the best references you can get. And this is 2008.
Basically, it's not convention
But again, I can't use references. Is this actually reference?
It doesn't make sense to start with detail. It shouldn't really start to illustrate it.
Well, personally, I think I find there are quite a lot of articles very considerable. Quite a lot of engineering, B, it's not.
So it doesn't mean much.
Well, it doesn't always equate with reviews. For example, is that cervical screening gets about 70,000 people a year. Pap test gets often, that's kind of, you know, what, we don't use pap tests. But, you know, so of those two, which is more, one thing that also matters is that two things.
No, I'm just saying.
But I think it's kind of, it's more American. So, of those two,
Right.
I mean, I find it's pretty easy to
The article
classified location where the leads, we were adding to the lead.
I think it would be a good match. It would be usually something that just says there's no way
necessarily that source is much better. So then sometimes the leads are just
let's keep this one.
yeah, I mean, you know, it's fine. And it's a use. We're also that one actually.
So,
But this one also set low and so something that's starting out. Then look at I was just going
try hard not to lose it.
Business.
Ocean Ferry, yeah.
I wonder if any adjustments.
No thanks.
It's right behind.
do I have to?
No, it's open.
Search. Monday. It's math.
Sorry.
I got coffee, that was for me.
Coffee and sugar.
No, that was for John.
Okay, so we're going to search. Can you have a look at what causes? So it's not saying anything at all. It's right back to which way we can see.
Wonderful, thank you very much.
Sorry.
How you doing?
point where maybe I would put everything in the future.
So there is no connection, basically.
Well, we already knew that, I think. I think that's probably the best bet. So it's a So let's go back to the code. So you make it edit. You see edit. So let's just see what we need to do. I need to change this so it looks like it. We change the methods.
Actually, in the future, yeah.
But we look through this way. So basically, problem with this is that this thing is now dead.
So,
So right, stay where you are. Go back. Go inside where it says which is something you look for. Go inside where it says left. Okay. You have to start. Open curly bracket, open curly bracket. Then,
So we're trying to do it.
let's go to back to the first one again. Okay. We're going to shop. So that was shop.
that goes to,
Shop.
to, site.
Shop. Now, if you sort of these you are Brenda Baby Street. Up and down, let's just go to the end of the room. Last name Street. Street.
Sorry.
Brenda. That's the top one. Outline you never put in. Command shift. And let's just do somebody hotel line. So you went to see the refugee. Sure. Okay. Unless you want to click there and check to see if you And the way we can do that is just put down. That's a fairly back the first one doesn't matter. You just need to.
Let's do it inside.
You don't want to.
Oh, and so then that's still using some
Wash it. It's like down the river. Take the extra charge. Yeah, this is your first article there.
Okay.
Yeah, when you passed.
Okay, so that's okay. I'm not that very, it's off, we just leave it. Oh, one minute, one.
4 days. Annoyingly, I don't know. So we improve that. Yes. You know, if we can the island, just to see if there's any sort of things on. How are we going?
So this is my samples.
So we put all the references to technologies.
Just delete everything. Delete it, start from scratch. It's copy the redundancy to be the same.
Can I show you the image?
That's the
So if the article is mine, scroll back to the top. Then yes. If you if you and we'll do that with the window. If you right click, no, right click over there, open into the tab, reserve and you'll find that you'll have to. So let's have a look. Right, it's got click on it. So now we go. What does that mean?
There's a 2013 update.
Does it say anything in it?
Um,
If it doesn't, it's not really problem. Seriously, because the 3-year-old, 4-year-old kid on something that's not necessarily fast change, where the new review doesn't say any different. It's hardly worth your time, but we can do it. We'll do it as an exercise. It costs nothing, but does it say the same? So it's usually back on that. So what is, so it's not, what number is it? So what is it expected to support? Ibuprofen has been found by effective pain relief in about half. Yeah, I suspect that's not going to be very controversial. So that's okay. So the question is, tomorrow,
no, I fixed mine.
oh, what's in mine? It's okay. Otherwise I'll just be drinking. Oh, thank you. Right. I'll just, okay. That's a bit annoying because it's not after punctuation. In other words, breaking the sentence. Frankly, if it was me, I'd just put both references at the end of the sentence. Or I'd use an Oxford comment to break. But I think that for me, I'd just reference both of them. You don't have to have the reference on top of the word. But that's it. But that's how it works. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to your sandbox and so we copy that section, and it's in the tail. Yeah? And so what we're going to do is we'll take it out completely. Right? Let's have a scroll on there to how good the job is. We'll be halfway. We've got half of it already. We need to know that's not to be on the left.
Thank you.
So please feel free to ask the below. Find or highlight. However you choose to do it. Now treatment. Pretty good. Refs, we start with the word ref. Finish with in ref. So now that's this. I would do
Should okay.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Never space straight comes out to we're going to insert the site.
Have a look at my sandbox.
Sorry?
Have a look at my sandbox.
That's it. Back to 40.
sandbox.
Click on the,
Sandbox.
Henry Scully / sandbox.
yeah, just click on that. The DL.
I've started it.
Just click on the DL. If you click on the DL, it will explain what the DL is. If you click on the number, it's stick it to the number. Straight away tells you there's a number. This is it. So actually we're not updating the option. That's not what we're trying to put in.
Well, we want to put the 2013.
Ah, so that one is the
one
that's right. With the data, so let's just scroll on. It's not showing. And so if you get a full content, I might have said to it and just leave it in there because replacing a full article is having a couple of words older than the new one, and the new one's having an abstract. Is what
It
you-
will be a full paper, it's just that this is the bit you see first. So the full article. Yeah.
Oh, it's there.
So you always.
So why on earth are we looking? Ah, I suppose, yeah. Why are we quoting abstracts when we feel like doesn't
I think it's because they're all under one group.
it? So it's a different it's just full.
We always come to this when searching.
Yeah, but not from the Wikipedia article. You don't search it, you want to go straight to the article. And that's, so that would be, for me, that would be a better URL. But that's just by the book. Anyway.
Did you find that from the system?
It will
It's really hard. See, sometimes a very recent stuff, like design very, very suspicious. Sometimes. That's how we do it. No, we can't see it. This is, yeah. Beautiful articles.
Anyone wants something very basic?
Is it okay to, so they've got manual therapy, the, prevention of,
Okay, so let's try the practice, right?
so there are no known prevention,
Yeah.
for
Try to
contracting.
scroll on, just like some.
Typically,
So what we're trying to do, we're trying to support the contention.
which is our rights, or something.
How do we do that? So 26% paying through 2 hours. 11% is zero. I just think it's
Distraction.
reconciliation.
Right.
So I believe
So
it's
just changing that contract.
I would just say other
50% for
risk
this.
factors.
So I mean, my take, and there's a lot of information, but if I wanted to sort of take away one point, it would be about half of those.
So there's
Have
not
headache
no
or
prevention for
2
the
hours of
reduction
thought.
of factors, and that's
Well,
after
exactly.
diagnosis.
Respiratory.
So I'd have to write that in my so I've put it as a sort of
Other than the reduction of risk factors after diagnosis.
with 400 milligrams of ibuprofen.
Well, before or after?
Half of the population, half. half the people taken, but about half of those taking 200 milligrams of ibuprofen have headache relief after 2 hours. Something like that. I'm looking at the 57%. But you see, what I'm comparing was the fact that, see, the thing is, 57%. Are you sure it wasn't 56%? It's 58%. There's a problem of forced precision here, because what was the size of the sample?
I mean, I'm sure there's something online. No, I mean, this goes to some.
The percentages, the actual fraction are older than the percentages. If you try and get half, you get a little thing. It's it's really big,
Yeah, so you want to find first reference is
so you're talking about half done to half to quarter. It's very bad. And we can divide that by this very 3,364, 3,300, which is about
that sort of thing out.
55, roughly. It's about 55. So if you divide that by 55, so we've got 125 divided by 55. So about 0.5% is standard deviation, and 95% is standard deviation. So you can say, so plus and minus 1%. So that 57% statistically is 56 to 58 from that sample set. And that's a very, sorry, that was just a false calculation, but I assure you that's the right order of magnitude if you do the statistics. Yeah, that's a big sample. If you're doing 20 samples, you'd be talking about 5% error. Because that's all the certainty you've got. The 95% confidence is for that figure. You get 57%, you get 95% confidence interval, plus or minus 1% with that size. Which is good. It's a big study. But, I'm not saying you have to do this sort of analysis to be done. You look at it sort of simulation. What's the takeaway point? Relation to what are you saying in the
Yeah, it's on the whole, it's more often you see something that's not right.
Well, I would actually look at it and say, follow the milligrams. Why do you go from, well, I could, 200 milligrams
properly expressed.
So I have a question. There's a line in water. 4,000 in debt.
so that's only 26% and you're up to 70%. So it's done relatively. It just depends on if you want to write that as it stands.
And that's definitely the kind of thing you
I think that's an oversimplification.
should raise at the lesson content. Probably maybe.
It probably doesn't matter. If I was doing it, I'd be tempted to say how much I would pay for it. Which was really just a trial.
Okay, that's fine.
So that one, that can all get reference, can't they? But it's, for, say,
What's it term?
so, in other words, for somebody who reads the article, they'll know, in fact, it might be bad for
Okay.
We've got an aversion to windows. Because that would recommend densities.
That's your fault.
Private
I
craft,
don't
probably
think
wouldn't. Private craft, it's almost
attack.
you have to almost
So,
like to start down, so it's, you like to go from the first start to the and that's what we should start to do. And so things that you should anyway, the comments. That's not important. I think you probably just twice.
Potentially a bit to
It's not the term, not the tool.
First, this is obviously this is exactly.
I'm attempting to leave it alone because it's, you get to do it.
you can see the original look like it's like
Let's
So
go.
this is not a business model.
Well, you have to be lucky, but you know, this is one of the papers that I and this is all quite recent. But
Why can't it consider this all the
have you
I think so.
I mean, you know, you
The question is, where's it published?
see, I don't think it's gone to medical question.
Oh my.
Okay, so
I mean, look at this. A lot of that, all those papers.
Assumption, put somewhere about
That's serious.
okay.
is that taking like
Well,
This is, can you show me picture photos?
yeah, well, you can't hold that. That's the
oh, exactly, it's on this last name.
impressive.
10 dot 1 dot 2,
What is also often
1 4 6 5, 4 6 5, 1 8 5, 4 so dot CD 0 0 8 0 3 9.
And the open the right.
Oh, right.
You've not been around long. Go back and go back to the other page. So, that's his contributions. I don't know what this is, that's what I'm saying.
Rather, yeah, it's not the way to go.
And Steve developed.
You know, I can't read that. I have to do that manually.
Well, it's
That's what you do on top of it.
They've got everything in there.
Change that.
Bit of a trend.
Exactly the same as all the field using. I always try to give people full text if please.
So which side of the
Copland line, yes. Copland line. Yeah, I just thought Copland line. Just like clicking. Activation. Yeah.
Oh,
Click on the little So the thing is, we let me sync all the way back.
he's actually
Archives,
he's actually
almost ended. Anyway.
himself out.
So if you put a date when this was visible, and if at some point in the future it goes offline, disappears or changes into your life, you can look at the data for the data that you get. And you made a snapshot prior to that, so you can then look at it. You refer people to the archive, so they can find what was online. So that's why we use an access, so that people know when and why you put that with yeah, it's an alternative to access, so then that's for archives.
Definitely that page
Is it might be if the article had been written on reports, might use
it's very easy for the systems.
I would call it rabbit.
With no
This is going to be enough.
well,
Let's just prove it.
but probably the
No, that's it.
this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
no, just and go to the
Previous.
you've got a well and and this is where you want to watch this.
So, this is what we do. We go a trick in this section. I'll show you the trick I use. I check. So what I do is I go into the I work my feet. Every time I find a crash, I put a space before the vertical bar. So if I've checked the reference, I have a space before every vertical bar, so we know I'm being And I'm not saying that it's just the size that it's going to check. What I need to do is I'm going to put two.
Multiple.
Yes.
But if you go in, are you going?
Sorry. Yes.
This,
Just say about it. I say that there's kind of active route to
As well,
small changes on
to the three.
last
two,
MEDRS.
Yeah.
So this is round. But you'll keep round. I'll come back to something. Sorry. You're doing a something.
Let's go back after the last two.
You did this, wasn't it? Oh, you read this, okay.
After dinner,
Okay.
Spanish was 5. Shift. First,
You don't know usually if you put that plus.
Sherry. The big Sherry for a second. Imagine they're called Sherry Bowl.
Well, as I say, they are.
You can't be carriage. She
That's normally what you do. That's going to give you another round.
Yes.
Q&A.
Yeah, you can copy that. And see this out. Yeah. Small space. So, and we'll have to use it to stick. Check that. Sure. Check that.
So, the new sort of off the visual editor,
Yeah.
new citation template doesn't have sort of plus the second authors it's just got about.
Yeah.
Why did I have to do it? Boxes. Oh, so you can do it through the drop down.
Yeah.
And then go in later.
Well, what else can we do? Is there an admin about?
You know, well, hang on a second. I'll come to you.
Yeah.
Say,
Are we going to put Henry on in the?
we are, yes.
Yes.
Nevertheless,
Ready when you are.
We're moving on.
Sorry, Henry.
No, it's fine, absolutely fine. I'm completely rewriting the brain tumour article in my spare time.
Okay.
Productive day, we just need out in the office.
I don't want anything to
Is there a way to add the end
that doesn't help. That gives you what we call down to granularity. So if something else, if you've got an automated tool, which you can really first of all, which Joseph set it out. Whereas if you put fair blocks or put set blocks, all you've got fair blocks, you haven't got right. So if his name was John,
So,
Ryan, George, St John, Gillespie. Then, which is his first? Which is his first name? Which is his second name? So it must be the data you're available for automated change. Yeah, well, if you look in like PubMed or Trip database, if you search on your, you'll search for Joseph, not for Colin.
Yeah.
Okay. So what this other person is running here,
Yeah.
is not tagged.
It's not easy to do. So Colin is it better that? If it was me, it would be a site journey. First equals R, last equals W. First two equals T, last equals R. First two equals R, last two equals
Oh, so yeah, what do you do?
first four, last two, first four, last two, last five. Type equals, yeah. So it's the first one, first and first one, it's exactly the same. Last and last one, the same. But then, first two is the second first name. The last two, the second last name. And so for editors, you've got editors as well. So editor one, last two, and then that would be title. Journey. Yeah, just the date.
Okay, so I fix that and I'm just done.
Issue,
Say that.
volume 36. Pages 1. So I actually have those filled in. The first is right the set like you only system start. It's so everything that consistent.
Oh.
You can start with your and if you prove it, what changes?
I had something on my edits have gone right across the page.
What?
I've got that my edits have gone across the right across the page.
So yours is Joseph's and
Oh, yeah.
Carl.
Yeah, that's the meeting space.
1 September 2000.
So that's
September. No, last name font first name. They use last name initial font. So no passage. Now they use it for and now semicolon. This is using semicolon. Between semicolon, which is so except we use full stop there and there. Not there. This is not
because it's biography, he's kind of supportive enough. Very concerned about. So you see the OPLP. So it's hard to say anything really about it, even to unless they've been criminally convicted. That's been convicted. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's a confession. That's a confession. So it's not well, there's no difference between those. So that's if you then if you put 0109, is that the last yeah, that's the case. Well, I mean, it's just the I mean, is it actually a sort of against the PA license, program license?
So they said that they would look after
yeah, so I mean, it's sort of saying negative things that are supported by, I mean, you know, if there's really strong public sources, well, which maybe avoiding. But as I said, it seems to be important to know on people. Kind of evidence is on favour of the project. Whereas you need to shift it to removal of medical assertion claim.
So if you
That's kind of
That's more
you start to talk
well, yeah, it's more technical.
More matters than
I mean, yeah.
But if I do,
from having a message.
upstairs,
So what? So then you've got
You can be what if you were.
No.
Well, I mean, they I mean, the key to any associated with so,
see, there's a list of, this is what I'm trying to put up.
what the people don't shock is on
People so want to
even though actually a lot of the time that is thoughts and press coverage is just, you know, it's just press releases and whatever.
The article that's the course, it's on the course page.
But you want coverage. That's kind of a sufficient. That's the hierarchy. That's the biggest difficulty. And how is it just here?
We'll start from top, you can see that.
Go.
Do we have Henry?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
Probably back to a sort of natural moment, because you just finished one. You just finished one. How are you going?
I
Got someone into the.
sent someone to jail and fix that up a little bit more. I'm gonna get slow.
Mental.
Do you want to stick it?
Yeah. Where's the US? Yeah, what's the best
Right,
bet?
so stick it in this one.
Okay.
Table back.
Oh, that's not quite going to fit in there. Is there another one on the other side? No. Is that for the mouse? Or is that for
This
this thing?
this comes.
Put it in the way. Alternatively, I can get it out of my Dropbox.
Or actually, we can use the mouse. Yeah, go for it. Stick that in. Use this to
There we go. Where's the pointer? I've got to go over upside down. That's going to confuse things.
And I've been sitting at the computer.
Yeah, the same as other people look at Facebook thing.
It's been whole
Where's
days.
that gone?
It's fine. Maybe under.
I'm not generally a Mac person, so there's no sections. There we go. No, there we go. It should be.
Oh, right.
Right. I'll share the screen. Let's see if
Cool.
we can.
Only can if you want to. That is there.
Okay.
Stick it.
Run it in full screen mode.
It was like a load of news. To be honest. So, to be honest, I wouldn't advertise that.
What?
Having a moment.
This article was the subject of an educational assignment.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to count and then
That's
make
right,
sure
don't
that.
This article is really big.
Well, this
This one here.
through the
Presentation.
entire screen.
What did you get to? Oh, just look at that. So what have you done? First time impressions.
That's right. So try and go to that. There we go. Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm Henry Scowcroft. I work at Capital Research UK. I'm their news and multimedia manager, which is a slightly nebulous title. On a day-to-day basis, I manage our science blog, which I'll tell you a bit about, a news feed of recent developments in cancer research. I'm an animator and a video producer, and our basic aim of the team is to produce new stuff to reflect what's going on in the world of science and what's being discovered, with a very diverse range of audiences. That sort of led me into the world of Wikipedia, and I also manage John in the Wikipedia and Residence Project at Cancer Research UK, there at Cancer Research UK, and John will talk a bit about that later. But one of the things that we discovered through writing the blog is how to write for a very broad audience. And one of the issues with Wikipedia is often people don't know who they're writing for. Often it's written by medical students for other medical students, it's written by medics for the general public, it's written by crazy people themselves. It's a very difficult to know how to write for everyone. And in my job at CRUK for 7 years now, we've been writing this blog. I'll talk a little bit about how we've worked out how to write for everyone. Very brief slide about Cancer Research UK. If you don't know much about it, we've been around for a very long time. The Imperial Cancer Research Fund, or the British Empire Cancer Campaign, as I believe it's called then, was founded in 1992. The largest fund of cancer research in Europe. I'm just reading the slide out, but you can see we've got big numbers, we fund lots of people, we spend lots of money. And that bit at the bottom, a million regular donors who give us money, and a lot of what we have to do is to disseminate the findings of our research and other researchers. So we spend 16 million a year on information and advocacy. So essentially finding out what the evidence says and telling people what they should do about it, whether that's the public, whether that's MPs, whether that's clinicians. So a big chunk of our budget actually goes on to people like me. One of the things we are constantly battling against is this sort of stuff. Cancer in the media, every day there is a story. It is generally daft. It's the media has a fascination with cancer because the public has a fascination with cancer because it's a disease that affects 1 in 3 of us. And in a sense, the mystery around cancer, the unknowns, the fear is something that resonates with everyone, and it's a way to sell papers as well because people buy into things that scare them. That's the world we live in. So one of our functions as an organisation is to help journalists make sense of all this stuff. We have a press office of about 8 people. One of their roles, as you can imagine, is to write press releases about stuff that our researchers do, and that's all well and good, and we get that stuff into papers, and we're very good at it. We get lots of media coverage. But we also get phoned up many times a day by journalists all over the UK and internationally asking us what we think about the latest thing, whether it be a purple tomato, whether it be a nice decision, whether it be a government policy, whether it be blueberries, whether it be blackberries, whether it be strawberries, whether it be cranberries. I think chokeberries is the one that's coming out this week. I've never heard of the chokeberries or yesterday, but apparently they can help treat pancreatic cancer according to blue mice. So, yeah, they're all these mice. But yeah, so we make comments and statements to the media. So we will get sent this research, and we will look at the paper, and as we did yesterday, look at the paper and conclude that it's 3 mice and looks like it's done someone's project. And we will have to make a statement to the news, and it will normally be a couple of lines that will make it into the papers. And not often, maybe only 1 sentence will get it into the paper. So you really have to distill the stuff down into really pithy, understandable stuff. But of course, there's this enormous discussion we have, and it will be across our stats team, our health team, our science information team, our press office. We'll all be discussing this stuff. And we thought maybe people would be a little bit more interested in understanding, or maybe it would help them understand stuff more if we didn't just do this thing, and maybe if we launched a blog. In May 2008, which is a while ago now, we launched a blog, and we now get 150,000 visits a month. That's what it looked like when we launched it on a free WordPress template, and then we migrated to make a little bit more on our brand, and it looks integrated into our website, and looks all very nice and whizzy. That's taken a long time to get that done, because it was a thing we did out in the corner of the internet, and gradually improved our work, and people thought, yeah, this is good, and they gave us some money and gave me some more people to manage. I get less time to write for the blog, more time to do things like personal development reviews and things. But what do we blog about? So we started off with a kind of Ben Goldacre model of telling the Daily Mail they were wrong and enjoying it, and that was fun. But then we realised there's also some other stuff we could blog about. There were press releases that didn't get written because we didn't think anyone would write about them. This thing over here, viruses in disguise could be key to ovarian cancer treatment. I got to Photoshop a graph in Mark's disguise onto a picture of a virus particle. It gave us a voice to talk about stuff in a little bit more of a fun way. Posts about the context of our press releases. So if we do put out a press release, we'll put out the top line on that. But there'll be a whole load of other interesting facts in the paper. Did you know this? This might be relevant to you if you're working with cancer. So we write about that. Media getting it wrong is fun, great, lovely, but we'll never. It's actually starting to think this stuff is useful, but our bread and butter should be actually explaining good stuff rather than telling people off. The Daily Mail will always print those headlines. The Daily Express will always print those headlines, and we will always get a fraction of the views they do. So I think it's a losing battle. We're never going to change that. We interview our researchers. We invite our researchers to do posts for us. We blog about nice policy developments, all that kind of stuff. Government launching new genomics initiatives, and we do support for other activities and campaigns. So if we're launching a stop smoking campaign, we'll do a blog post about the evidence behind smoking cessation and why it's effective. As a result of this, we have had to write posts to be read by absolutely everyone. And so we did a little survey. Oh, hang on, these are the different types of posts. There we go, Metabrick study, context behind it. That was fun. Males covering pancreatic stories of disservice to patients. I got angry. But this is kind of where the point of this talk is we have to write, we do a survey on our blog, so who reads this? Supporters read it through our newsletter, patients read it because they type things like, am I going to die from my cancer, into Google and come to a blog post that has words like that in it. Doctors read it, nurses read it, our staff read it. One person on our survey said she worked behind the counter in Boots and kept getting people coming up to her and saying, does this deodorant contain aluminium? Is it going to cause cancer? So she typed in, does aluminium in deodorants cause cancer? And came to our blog and she filled out a survey. Parents of children with cancer read it, MPs read it, so absolutely everyone reads it, and sometimes no one reads it. So we've got to balance this trick of kind of writing in a way that caters for scientists, that allows researchers to find the bits out they want to find out, but also that the public can understand if they want to. They won't want to read every post, but they'll read some of the posts. And when we were kicking off discussions about Wikipedia and how to write for Wikipedia, it dawned on me that actually a lot of what we've learned over the years is incredibly relevant to writing for Wikipedia, because Wikipedia has to serve all these audiences and more. So here are 6, I think, tips on how to write for lots of audiences. All of these as well make really good search engine optimization, which is also a nice handy thing to have. So try to get 25 words per sentence or fewer. Long sentences aim to try to convey too much information using, for example, continuous streams of subclauses as well as sub-subclauses to make the reader as well as the author rapidly lose track of the main point or points in the case of paragraphs taking more than one point, which they should, being late, especially when reading online or on a mobile tablet with the text. Yes, paragraphs are hard to read. That's not what you should do.
And the parentheses.
No, it's hidden by a pipe. There's a pipe in the way, Doug. I would never do that to you. This fits very well into Wikipedia, and as well, I think this is a really good tip for Wikipedia. Don't try and get too many concepts into a paragraph. It makes the scannability much lower because people have to go through a whole load of dense text. But also, from a Wikipedia point of view, if that paragraph gets out of date, it's very easy to size it very neatly, not have to rephrase everything else around it. So try and keep everything separated and nice and marked out as much as you can.
And presumably only one paragraph for the concept.
Yeah, it's one paragraph. Yeah, that's what. Sorry, one. Well, yeah, one paragraph by concept. Yes. The same it goes both ways.
The traditional Wikipedia is that, unlike, for example, Henry's blog, where the page width is kind of more or less delimited. So when it's screen you watch it on, you've got the same ratio of sentence length for pictures, which is true of most web pages. Wikipedia, depending on what kind of device you're looking at, on people with sorts of things now, sentences kind of just go like Constantine.
Yeah.
So you either get, I mean, it's a problem with no complete solution, but on, on tablets, you can get very, very long paragraphs.
Going back to this one, also a point of online readability as well. One of the things about reading a long paragraph on a printed page is it's static and you keep it there. It's quite easy to read a page, a long paragraph on a printed page. When you start doing that with it, it makes your eyes hurt. You have to keep scanning. Your eyes actually flicker up and down. So long paragraphs of text are intrinsically difficult to read unless they've got things like bold words or bullet points. Some page furniture to keep your eyes on. Just great big long chunks of text. They have a psychological, a physiological burden as well as a psychological burden. Concept of paragraph we've done. This one actually is kind of. This one is breakable on Wikipedia because it's quite easy. I was just writing something now for a draft brain tumor page, and I wrote the causes of brain tumours are not well defined, which is a horrible passive tense. Or not, are poorly understood is what I wrote. It's not well defined, is horrible. But it's still poorly understood is passive tense. Poorly understood by who? By everyone. But you can't write with Wikipedia. No one understands the problem of brain tumours, or researchers don't understand the problem, because some of them do. But it's just so the passive tense is a little bit less stickly about someone on Wikipedia, but it does. Passive tense is a really good way of hiding the person who's doing something. Researchers have shown X. It has been shown that X. Who showed it when? Obviously, you're going to put the reference at the end of it so people can go find out. But it's just nicer to read, and it also puts more information content in there, because if you try and put in, say, the International Agency for Research on Cancer has shown that ionizing radiation is linked to brain tumours. You've got the who in there. No one like that. Sorry? How do you mean?
Can you read the sentence back?
In the International Agency for Research on Cancer has shown that ionizing, yes, I see what you mean. Ionizing radiation is linked to brain tumours. You could do that, yeah. It is linked, is passive though, whereas is linked by the International Agency for Research on Cancer.
It's linked to.
Yeah, by. It's still a passive tense. You're hiding the person who's linking it to make it passive.
I don't think anybody actually personally.
There's an organisation that's published a classification system that is internationally respected. And arguably, if you put that in there rather than saying it is linked and then expecting someone to go and explore any reference, we usually do. You can argue the toss on it. This one, when we're writing blog posts, is really key, because the minute you start writing passive text,
No, I absolutely agree with that. What I'm trying to say is that prefacing it with an attribute didn't remove passive tense.
Yeah.
There's nothing to tell you who made the link.
International Agency for Research on Cancer showed that brain tumours are linked to. Oh, see, you mean you've got a secondary passive further down. Yeah, alright, you win.
Can I tell you what, Henry, the problem is that if you have something like sham acupuncture is as good as real acupuncture, or real acupuncture is no better than sham acupuncture. Statement of fact. What will happen is the acupuncturists will go in there and they'll want to say, in a 2011 review, Ernst claimed that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And so they'll water down a statement of fact by trying to attribute stuff which casts aspersions on whether they're in the fact or not. So we're very keen where we don't have to attribute, to actually just write the simple sentence.
I'm with you.
So there's a convention on Wikipedia called ASF, assert simple facts. The sky is blue, not researchers have found that.
Yeah.
Sky is blue.
No, I'm with that one.
Should I just read what we have at lung cancer, for example, the equivalent?
No, very good point.
Other causes of lung cancer, other causes section. Numerous other substances, occupations, and environmental exposures have been linked to lung cancer as well. The International Agency for Research on Cancer states that there is, quote, sufficient evidence, close quote, to show the following are carcinogenic in the lungs. Reference, and then a list of what they are.
Okay, so my point is borne out by that very first sentence,
yes,
which is passive tense. Make it active. Lung cancer is linked to several other factors.
Yes.
But that's also
Hang on. What was the first one?
Are
linked to
numerous other substances, have been linked to passive.
Oh God, we're getting caught.
But in a way, it should be passive because it's the researchers are linking them. They're not, that is a kind of natural passive.
I guess in an encyclopedia you kind of got to, but it's generally there's ways of.
And then the second one is active because it's the IARC states that that's active.
Yeah, but the rest of it isn't so. And you're actually attributing something to the International Agency for Research on Cancer. Why?
because
gap?
no, well, yeah, this is kind of There's also,
I think IARC is sufficiently weighty to put it in direct.
yeah, I mean, it has its tables of risk factors simply because there are all sorts of things.
I understand
50 million things.
But the point is, why are you having to absolute fact?
I guess it's argument to
Because
authority,
there's
isn't
all
it?
sorts of, if you just,
Yeah.
there's all sorts of MEDAR sources that actually don't have medical consensus on causes of cancer. It's tremendously, and the IARC, produces the tables where they put them in groups, and I think that has status that's sufficient.
So, John, with an ordinary reader, that actually dilutes it. Attributing it to something there's an unknown body to those readers.
But the real advantage of it is that it stops the.
Well, let's bring it something relevant here. When we say,
whatever, adding something.
John, wait. Would we say a Cochrane review has shown that, or would we just put the reference? We'll just put the reference.
Just put the reference.
Yes.
No, the advantage is you've got a list, and you're saying this is the list that the IARC has produced, and it means that if anybody goes and adds in their sort of risk factor of choice, which is exactly the kind of thing that happens all the time in articles, then you could just knock it out and say, no, it isn't in the IARC. That's why it's there, and that's why it's attributed.
You can argue the Tottenham, but I think for the purposes of this talk,
all right, but the point you're making, and I only picked up one point very quickly.
Oh, just that it is in the past. All research is in the past.
So,
but isn't that's past tense rather than passive tense? Passive tense is something was done to something else rather than something did something.
Can I make a point?
Yeah.
Read the first sentence again.
Numerous other substances, blah blah, have been linked to lung cancer.
Does that mean they're not linked anymore?
No.
This is good.
There's
an implication.
No, that's just
the
verse.
We're getting passive and past tense.
You should be saying numerous other substances, occupations, and environmental exposures are linked to cancer.
Anyway, let's move on. Don't start sentences with subclauses. Compare those two sentences, two paragraphs. Despite the fact it adds character and is what we do when we're speaking introductory, subclauses may take ages to get to the point. Versus, it takes ages to get to the point if you start adding a sentence with subclause, despite adding character and doing what we do when we speak. There is an additional caveat here. People with lower reading ages get to that first comma of the first paragraph, can't find the subject of the sentence, think they've missed it, go back to the beginning and read it 4 or 5 times before they move on. It just slows people down if they're not very good at reading. And I bet you bottom dollar that holds up when you're talking about people whose English is not first language as well.
Absolutely.
So keeping it really plain, it kills you as a writer because you really want to add character and flair and pizzazz and complicated metaphors and whatnot. But especially with an encyclopedia, get your subclauses at the end. You don't need to read, despite adding one character and doing what we do when we speak. The point is, it takes ages to get to the point if you start a sentence with a subclause. No one needs to carry on past that. Other advantage of it is when traditional reading behaviour online, you scan the left-hand margin for the words you're looking for. If you bury your keyword down the end of the sentence off to the right-hand side of the page, people are going to read, I'm looking for the word subclause, I'm seeing despite, I'm saying, yeah, anyway. So that's a nice helpful hint. This one is something that goes against the current medical manual style. It's something I agree with profoundly. I disagree with Medmos profoundly on this. People do not understand jargon, and there are a lot of people who get massively put off by jargon and will hit the back button and go and find something else. So if you go and put the BRCA gene is a 7-polypeptide alpha helix protein located in the nucleus, or just go and put the BRCA1 is a human gene that makes a protein made up of a 7-polypeptide chain formed into alpha helixes, leafy sheets. You've got the jargon again down the end. People have already got the understanding out of stuff. I put a little quip here. complicated words that aren't used by most people, brackets, jargon, can be really off-putting. Put the jargon in the brackets. It means you take the links out of the direct sentence and makes it easier to read, and there's a whole load of other reasons why you want to do it. But fundamentally, plain English first, jargon second. And this is something I'd like to see get into MedMoss at some point, because it forces, if you change that bit of style, it makes people have to spell out. You have to put a lot more work into your plain English sentence, plain English description, because it's your main bit of your
At the moment,
sentence.
MedMoss says you should put the medical term first, and then put, the plain English in brackets. But actually, that isn't. People aren't going to correct you if you do it in that English way, which I agree with. They're unlikely to put it back that way. So it's a kind of a bit of a.
And I'm likely to correct you if you do.
Do it the medical
And in fact, we actually had a dream with names. I'm not about names.
Yeah.
Saying
Was that at the club?
Yeah, it didn't.
I don't know.
It hasn't gone up on the top
to
page.
50 many things. I don't remember which of them. But we definitely agree that we stick to the English, plain English first, because it's the audience one.
The key point in here is that you put the jargon in brackets, because there's all sorts of different types of protein, and they mean different things to molecular biologists and medics and stuff, and just putting a vague description is going to leave the specialists thinking, oh, I don't quite know what that means. Get the jargon in there, just hide it in brackets so your plain English speakers or secondary speakers can get to the meaning. And finally, and this is a classic one in science writing, and I left this one out of the, so I forgot from the meeting we had at our place. Don't turn verbs into nouns, which is known as nominalisation. And if you want to know more about it, over there on the right hand side is the Wikipedia page about nominalisation with a US spelling. We love taking growing and developing, which are technically gerunds, I know, but growth and development, whereas stop self from growing and developing. It's nicer. It conveys a sense of stuff happening. There's all sorts of ways you can, there are all sorts of examples of this kind of stuff. But just have a quick scan of your sentences and make sure you haven't taken any verbs out and made them. And here, end of the sermon.
It was a really useful report, thank you.
Cool, no problem. I can share that presentation as well, should you wish it. So.
Yeah, was that it for?
And James wrote up the points we
Yeah.
Generally, it's good for basically the right stuff for everyone. In a way, you don't worry about the next because anyone who comes across it. I'm not obviously excited. The number of times you see someone just say, so we did such and such and such, find out what it's which showed that, which you can just put the extra stuff. And it's, I guess the traditional argument was that page space in journal they want to get rid of it's now, there's now no excuse. No one can stand on paper they do. The argument that used to be projecting it down to the smallest amount of because it's expensive. Yeah. Now it's all right. There's
I don't see it in mind that.
That's not too bad.
Henry, can I
Yes.
drag you to introduce you to my colleague Sarah?
Yes, you absolutely can.
That's quite all right.
Tall type of concept, but actually I think that one.
Just the original sort of ocular domain.
Yes. So, right. Yes. So you did that. Kidneys really. So that's a bit of a pointless.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
Well, it's sort
It
of.
isn't, because if anybody reads
Yes,
the word
yes,
green
yes.
or green or down, they know that
It's not totally dramatic.
no, it's not, unfortunately, because that's a noun and that's an adjective.
And same here.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
See, what it should be is damage to liver.
yeah.
It should say hepatic,
Yes.
heart, no, cardiac damage. Adrenal.
Well, I think it's probably because you can reverse them quickly. So, because if you have hepatic damage, brackets to the liver, myocardium,
Well, that's what it said.
Yeah. But anyway,
I could actually do it.
No.
I'm too fussed about the grammar and the stuff and that, but that's what I've got away with.
Yes.
And remember this
That's what I'm saying. People. Oh, okay. And was this before the future process?
Step up on your phone.
Before it went feature. It's not
So, most of those are to do with that. Mostly edit to that.
Right. It's trying to find my. You know we were discussing prognosis strategy. And this cloud then. And it's got a sentence on it. A sentence. So it's talking about pancreatic. So it starts off with reduction of pancreatic cancer. Brain disease. Blah 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 blah. Its mortality is strikingly similar to its incidence. which I actually thought in a rather kind of elegant way, that's an oncologist's sort of favourite, how to tell people they can be correct without upsetting them. Yeah. I'm looking for my favourite skill cancer. So that's why it is. Well, that's not much better.
So 2 words. 100%. Yes, better than last time.
What uncommon disorder results in it's not much better. Yeah. That's a classic. That's a classic writing.
Well, you see, I know what pipe is.
I mean, I'm in a position. I'm able to. I mean, one of the advantages of my high level of ignorance is that I can take myself as a proxy general reader.
I usually do that. Constantly, I've been scored. Follow too many. There was a lovely one, tracheotomy, and it said the tube is inserted between the second and third, something to
Yes. Yes.
And I didn't know what, so I thought, well, where's that?
Yes.
So I followed the link, and the second and third went. So I then went to the page about these.
Yes.
And it said, well, that encloses something else, another word I didn't understand. So I clicked on that, and then it says, this is a structure somewhere just below this and just above that. So I got two more links to click on, none of them found. I think after about 5 clicks, I realised, I was able to determine that it was talking about something more friend.
Yeah.
Well, they could have said that in the first place. And that's really isn't anything like that.
Okay.
Cake. Lots of cake.
Lots of
Eat
cake.
all that cake. Ooh. Goes on stuff.
But is it a straw maggot?
Yeah, there's only one size gone, so
Okay.
help us out. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of comments.
The application will probably already have.
Okay.
It's going to be too much for me.
Well, I'll get you one of the slightly smaller ones, yeah?
Thank you, John.
Yeah, well, please.
Where did everybody go?
I think I was introducing them to our blogger. So,
Meeting. Oh, right. Oh, is that the one that you put for? Oh,
No.
thank you. Sorry. 2 pictures of that road, which are pretty fat. You know this business that I was planning about certain simple facts?
Mm.
It's the same in my life. Infringements. Because every time you put something that's, that's a fact, somebody will eventually come along and reformulate it as if it's, a claim or a conclusion from a particular review. So I dispute the contention that actually naming the source gives it more authority. In my view, every time you say that it has to be, you put it down to what somebody's written.
A lot of it is the kind of defensive posture of the medical editors, which I kind of understand. But I agree. I mean Legnos causes one source of problems of that sort.
Well,
I mean that IARC, the fact that we do that at IARC, we notice why I said, because then people can't answer this, and that's what's important. Otherwise, I mean, you come along to these articles that I've been doing that have been neglected, and they've got lists and lists and lists of risk factors, which, when you actually look at the sourcing, it's all primary studies. It doesn't get picked up in the textbooks. It doesn't get picked up in the guidelines. Yeah, exactly. But if you potentially, in fact, no, it's too bothered. Potentially, you can have a row. This cut it out. Whereas if you frame the thing as being, what we're doing here is giving you the top class off the IARC table, then it's harder to complain.
Well, I mean, that's always the trick that you need to do when you're dealing with lists, is you need to say what your inclusion criteria. Exactly. As long as you state clearly what your inclusion criteria, it stops the
It stops them spiralling as Wikipedia lists tend to do otherwise.
Yeah.
What's the Sorry. What's the AI option?
John, what was that article we were looking at that got the list in it?
Another sense.
Oh, it's for Long Council.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
I thought there might be an overall.
What? Well, there are various pages on cancer.
IARC is the
International.
something on.
It might be in French.
It's an organisation basically.
It's an international body of national cancer epidemiology. Really.
So
It's not harmful.
I think it would be good,
What?
just to have that list, like to have access to that.
well, if you tell me what, that's just a list about lung cancer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't seem to have for every cancer.
Oh, only some cancers? Maybe some are not as well known.
I think it's they haven't got. They do them very carefully, and they are actually very useful. I think they take quite a while to produce. And I think they haven't. They've done several major cancers, but not other ones.
So presumably
I guess they're working their way around to them.
So there's a list for lung cancer. I suppose they want for breast cancer. Whether they want for
I'm not quite sure. I mean, I have looked. I have tried to find the. What this would seem to be on their site is a list of the lists. I wish there was. Because it's all kind of in the middle of the guidelines, but some of the guidelines don't seem to have the same thing. I did look into it.
Well, the stuff that slips through the cracks, isn't it?
Right?
There's stuff that is either political or it slips through the cracks.
I think it's just they haven't got around to it, I mean, it's like a lot of the guidelines, are the various people who produce clinical guidelines. Either they don't produce them for, they don't produce them for the most common cancers or whatever. Or sometimes they produce them and they haven't changed them, they haven't changed for 20 years.
Right, they're out of date.
Well, you don't quite know whether that means they're out of date or it could be either,
Right.
Really.
You need to know if
Yeah. It's probably the former, because if really nothing had happened, then they can issue a quick revision with hardly any changes, which they do sometimes. But a lot of it's just around, all these centres and committees, and the IARC is a sort of committee of committees. It's a global committee of committees. Some of those committees are committees of committees back in their own country.
well, essentially,
So there's an awful lot of
if something manages to be
related oncologists have to gather in rooms before they can come out.
but if somebody's actually managed to agree something,
Yeah.
pretty certain it's pretty.
Well, what's really useful is they classify them. They classify the risk factors, with whatever the words are. They've got about 3 different grades that are sort of definite, almost certain, and some evidence, and then possible, and And I think they have a negative one, there it is.
So is this
And that's
kind of-
actually really useful with risk factors, because that's the sort of thing that you try approaching that, through the conventional literature, including reading reviews and what have you, because you just get such a confused picture. So it is really handy that there's one kind of. Because I don't think they're going to accident, right? I think they genuinely reflect the way the world apologists see things. Like you,
Look at the problems we had earlier. We were trying to find source, like what
prevention.
prevention.
Yeah.
Of course, nobody's actually going to write rheumatoid arthritis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's one of these kind of negative. Yeah.
It's just that.
Well, they might do. I mean, they might do. Yeah, in review. In review. Not so sure.
Well, fine, we could.
Oh, well, yeah. I was it cancelled me.
That actually surprised me.
What? Crucified it.
But I couldn't find it, because it's like a pretty long, I mean, just the origin of the disease. It's so logical that it's
Autoimmune.
it's
I mean, we don't know how that works.
Yeah.
right, and it's most likely,
So how can you prevent it?
yeah. And it's protein changes really, so, yeah.
I mean, some of these things might be, in cancer, you've got the ESMO guidelines, European Society of Medical Oncologists, they bang out guidelines again, another set of, and they sort of have kind of standard edits and sections, and they've got if there's no prevention, they'll come say so. I can't remember if you do have one prevention, but if there's nothing to say, they'll say there's nothing to say.
Yeah, but see, you're in a field where most of the time there's some mechanism to the industry.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not perfect.
Well, part of the mechanism, part of the route, the last part of the journey is much understood. And the first part is.
And on top of that, they've been able, in a field, they're able to work out what predisposing factors. That's actually interesting, because that's heavy, it doesn't exist in medicine, which is in fact quite useful.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
mechanism,
Yes.
pathophysiology is one thing. Causes
Yeah.
is something else.
Yes.
And predisposing factors are possibly part of causes.
Well, with cancer, there are a few of.
They're not really part of causes because there is no causes for cancer.
That's the problem. And yet, if you're obese, which is a predisposing factor for diabetes, then
But it's a risk factor. It's a
risk factor.
So if you're obese, you don't necessarily have to have that. No, that's true, because if there was a cause, if you have this, you have to have that.
Oh, no, because, for example, if you're black, you're not going to get sickle cell anemia.
Just for something, just for something's a cause, it doesn't mean it applies.
Doesn't have to do with if you want to say specifically risk factors, those are closer to risk factors, so going up with that rate for risk factors.
So, but what I'm saying is that there's this concept of a predisposing factor. It isn't quite what you
It's called,
it isn't quite cause, but there's a whole load of things that eating too much red meat is a predisposing factor for cancer, for bowel cancer. So we've got a whole load of things in that field where we've got some understanding of cause, of mechanism, and what the risk factor or predisposing factor are. Now, risk factors, in my understanding, are usually under some degree of control. Whereas a predisposing factor is very often something don't get control of it. Not always. But,
Well, if you take a visit,
yeah.
for instance, there are all kinds of naturals, everything else, assigned as causing for obesity. That, for instance, people that know that, they escape. If you release that people these causes cancer, things like that, then that puts a whole,
That means everybody that
right, everybody is a reach to live in fear because they're obviously
will
going to
get
get,
cancer. It's called.
right,
It's just cause and effect.
right.
We're speaking about non-communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases
Right.
only. So when you say something is a cause of something, we want to use that word. You're speaking, it's just like saying this infectious disease is caused by this microorganism. This is the exact effect. If you have Helicobacter, you will get gastritis as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It doesn't always follow that one has to cause the other.
in the
For example,
majority,
you make, well, no, because you make an immune so therefore, you haven't, you know, it's not that simple, basically. Essentially, if you've got chicken pox, it's been caused by the chicken pox,
Okay.
right? That's a giveaway. But if you contract the chicken pox virus, it doesn't necessarily mean you get it because you have antigens to them from being vaccinated or from being exposed to cowpox. So that's a classic one. So you haven't always got those relationships, but yeah, you know, if you're going to, that's where you've got what's called the vector. Vector, that's the thing that tells the disease. Okay. Well, let's get back to the predisposing factors. So where I do, that's the my hyperbaric acid, and I'm just particularly concerned with the four problems of stool for medical and the narcosis and the sickness into principal ones. And you know, you could say we understand that decompression sickness is caused by bubbles, but the mechanism is that the bubbles expand as you rise, the pressure reduces, and therefore those expanding bubbles are not eliminated from the bloodstream, you eventually block off the blood supply. So that's a mechanism. So we have actually got a pathophysiology for decompression sickness. But what's the cause? Is the cause ascending too quickly? Because if you ascend quickly, that's expanding bubbles. So ascending too quickly definitely causes the bubbles to expand. It causes a problem. Because if you ascend very, very, very slowly, the bubbles become eliminated as fast as they fall as you go up, and therefore you don't get decompression sickness. So we might well say that one of the causes of decompression sickness is fast ascent. But it's, you know, these are arguments that we have when we try and write it in medical articles. Because people are saying, oh no, that's not the cause, it's a predisposing factor. And I'm saying, well, yes, certainly fast ascent does predispose to decompression sickness. It's not an exact science. You know, we've got a mechanism, but we don't know why it happens in some people. Because it's almost by chance when the bubble goes.
With the predisposing, so this is a question, it's not an argument, wouldn't the predisposing factor be however cause, the difference between what cause and something in
Well, because bubbles, the physics is the same for everyone.
Oh, so no matter who you are, if you rise to that, you are going to get okay, so then
If you stay down deep for a long time and then come up fast, you will get decompression. But if you don't stay down quite so long, or quite so deep, if you don't come up quite so fast, some people decompression sickness and some people won't.
okay, that makes sense.
And if you go shallow and not for a very long time, and you come up slowly, nobody will get decompression. So, you know, there's a safe area, there's a definite, you know, danger area, and there's in between, there's a sort of iffy area where some people, well, we think that people who are overweight carry more fat. And fat dissolves more nitrogen than bone muscle. So they carry a higher load of nitrogen in their body, so they've got more gas to come out. So it's possible that people who carry more fat are probably will be more previous stage of bone decompression sickness than those that aren't.
Have you ever done a search on the average weight of people with depression?
It would. I'm pretty sure it's not figures one of the things I'm pretty sure, if you get somebody with decompression sickness, the first thing you do is get them on 100% oxygen, get them inside the room.
Break that way.
Wayne is really doesn't come into the equation anyway. So that's, but you still see diving and painting, people who are overweight and painting. Did we get the answer? Finished. Yes. There's a whole, the problem we've got is it's a whole area of medicine where there's very little numeric research. Because you can't really stick a load of people down and give them decompression sticks.
No, exactly. It's the same. It's the same as children's cancer, you know, and the proton beam therapy. You know, part of the reason they're asking randomised controls is it's one thing asking a pancreatic, you know, cancer patient who's 70 and he's got 3 months to live or 4 months to live, whether you want to do something different in him for a change. That might even make you feel better or live longer. But it's quite another thing asking a parent, you know, take it off kid. And there's ethical issues about whether consent can be given.
So there are some chunks of places where you haven't got the secondary sources that you want. And talking about research, if you look at one of the ones that want to adoption toxicity, with oxygen toxicity, the research was done in 1940 something.
That's the last time.
Because that's why? Because there was a war on, and they thought it was worthwhile trying it out on volunteers and the forces. So they actually used them as guinea pigs to put them under pressure, to get them to work and see how long they could stand high levels of oxygen. And you couldn't do that thing. You just couldn't do research anymore. It's completely unreproducible. So we've got something that's 70 years old, which is actually the seminal work of oxygen toxicity by Dr. Kenneth Garner. And so my article is written with 70-year-old references because it's the best we've got. I mean, some of the stuff is summarised painfully. I'm lucky because there's one textbook called Benton Elliott. It's called Benton Elliott's Handbook of providing physiology and medicine. Some combination of those words. And it's been something that's been published. And all it is it's just a collection of what people know. And it changes almost not at all from one issue to the next.
Well, that's fine, because, then at least you know.
Yeah, very, very little does change from one to the next. So when I read about people saying, oh, if it's more than 5 years old, it needs to be updated. I'm saying, well,
No, but it is true. It is true that, if you've got a full availability of courses, you'll find somewhere that will basically, you'll find either the recent edition that is exactly the same as the editions of the last 20 years, or you'll find a review that, if you find a modern review that sort of still refers back, for example, to the old paper, then, that's just a good sign.
yeah, what they're doing.
What I find though is if you want to see exactly how they follow it down, it's sometimes it's useful to see real paper rather than
Oh, absolutely.
sites about it.
Yeah.
If you're interested in the set,
Yeah.
then by all means follow the reviews and look at the primary solutions and then try and get them to yourself, by all means. But the thing that you don't want to be doing is then come to a conclusion and then write it on the idiot. Because now you're going to try that Wikipedia forbids original research. You've actually got to do some research yourself. Basically, you can't publish it.
No. I mean, we're a tertiary source, we're a tertiary source, and we don't trust anyone who's primary source. And it is bad. So everything has to be referenced. Synthesis, which is kind of bringing together existing sources in a way that creates original. It's actually it's cake here. It's huge amounts of cake.
It's the best one.
What would you actually do if there was a little more time? Henry's provided a lot of thought about actually how we write this stuff.
Excellent.
So I'm going to read through some of it. Or do you want to go back to your hit list of topics to knock off? I think we've got one or two to do this so far. We've got down to one set of references.
Yeah.
That is a big tick.
Well, it's something that now you've got it once. And what's it? The thing is, the takeaway is that once you've seen how to do it, you can go back to wherever it is you hang around, or you've got 5 minutes to spare. Actually do these terms, you look back and just to like to stop and so on. You can. You don't need me standing over you to show you how to do it otherwise. Well, I mean, I'm prepared to, but you won't need me much longer anyway.
You felt that actually. Let's start with.
Yeah, that's definitely.
I thought it was really useful because I did Wikipedia a little bit like years ago, and it was all like kind of in code. And if it wasn't going to do it properly, I never do, so I would copy snippets of other people's code and review it until I got my article right, and then occasionally I would read somebody else improve it. Things like that. But, so this is so much easier. And it's really valuable.
What's on the to-do list?
We have 3 main topics. I think you were yes. So we have
I was thinking that. Yeah, I was thinking like this.
Management.
That's management.
That's
That's all correct.
I'll do whatever you want.
There, I mean, there are multiple tasks to do. So,
This is to be carried on for keep adding and related offering up to this list. So something more kind of take on this afternoon.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be good to have a plan? I'm sure you have a plan, right? So I didn't do that in that sense. Well, that's not really bad. But I meant, as Cochrane reviews come out, like each month, if each month someone also.
That is on.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
check
trying to
that.
explain our
and
plan
then
and get some feedback.
Okay.
So, as the UK Cochrane Centre, every week, well, the way reviews are published has been changed for the last 6 months. So it's now published already, which is any old time they want to. It's a bit of a nightmare for us. Try and collect that information every day to scan through the latest updates and reviews. So every week for the UK and Ireland here, we have a meeting where my colleagues, including clinicians, various backgrounds, look through the latest applications and decide what is really of use and what information really needs to be put out there and how. And we thought as part of that meeting, this tends to go to blogs or social media. Part of that meeting, we're thinking, okay, well, let's add Wikipedia to that and decide, does it need to go on some kind of list somewhere to say that UK Cochrane Centre said this needs updating, this is of importance from our end, and have some way to pick that up.
Well, I mean, if you basic way to get in touch with them, it's a tool which we use to something.
Yeah.
If you're talking about a sort of weekly roundup, depending on how long it's going to be.
I don't think it'll be too long.
I mean, it'll just be a few.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think that might be okay to put. I think that probably get posted directly on the page. Otherwise, you could just kind of. Thing is, you could have a separate, Cochrane project page.
I have a package.
I think
What I would
that's
do
what's
is I'd take a sub-page.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or wiki project mention. Have a sub-page, make sub-pages in there, and
Yeah.
share that.
Well, possibly Sydney's got her own.
I've seen
page.
that, yeah. I'm running out of stuff in the user space. I want to do a
Okay.
bit of,
Okay.
what I was thinking, here's a sent here, here's my suggestion. Make a sub-page of,
See, I do Wikipedia, project Cochrane collaboration or something, Cochrane UK. Right, which is what I've got for Cancer Research and Royal Society.
I know what you're saying. Let me just finish my suggestion, please. We make a sub-page of Wiki Project Medicine. Called Wiki Project Medicine /Cochrane. We create a Wikipedia shortcut to WP Cochrane and point that at that page so that it's easy to find. You've got no other page. And on that page, you write everything that you need to write about stuff as it comes out. So you just put today's date as the heading, and then you say the following topics, blah, 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 blah. Here's the links, here's the citations, and so on. And you fill that in, and then if you want to, then you can write down it, or you have the talk page and discuss it. Then just when you should go to the talk page, or go to.
Well, I think you need to. I don't think many people will watch it unless you remind them on the medical talk page.
There's no problem about reminding.
Yeah.
Putting a pointer to it.
Yes.
It's fine.
Well, I think you need to say, okay, this week's Cochrane,
Yeah.
you know, Cochrane, what have you, covers, you know, 3 subjects or whatever it is.
We can
2 or 3 lines.
we can put that on the project page for the project.
Yes,
Not
the top.
on the project, no, not the
Top,
top.
you release the project. Well,
Well,
it might be on the watch list.
They do, because it's on their watch list.
Yes,
That's the whole point.
yeah.
To show on the watch list every time.
Yeah.
So if you put the latest one is out, and just point it. I mean, set this up.
I think
The only problem I can see is that pages can't actually page when
The what, though?
they can't create a page.
but I think
One of
Cindy
the-
will do that for us. But
Well, I'll do it for you now if you want.
because I think from what she's, what I've got to see, and we'll talk more about it next week. I think she's doing. I think she's
Has Cindy
creating.
coming out?
No, she's got. We're all
Okay.
going to.
Right.
I think she's creating possibly something the areas within.
But somewhere you need to pay. It
Yeah.
doesn't really matter where it is that much.
I mean, the reason I say under the project notes is that it's firmly under the back of the project notes, and they people deal with the project notes, and they
Yeah.
all feel some ownership and some kinship with what's going on there, which is
But the trouble is, there aren't a vast, as we've found out, there aren't a vast number of active text adding medical editors. There are actually, there are quite a few who are sort of talk page editors, and there are quite a few who are sort of actually reference adders. There are, 3 or 4 medical editors who just add references. I hate writing text, which is a quite a common characteristic of some kinds of editor. That they're very reluctant to write sentences.
with me, spending all my time arguing and talking.
That's also very common. Yeah, but you do write sentences. But I mean, it's quite odd. There are people who just do the references and they really hate. Even if they go on the talk page and say it really should say this because they won't keep reading themselves.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is, John, if you do it yourself, it just gets reverted 10 seconds later. So you have to go to the talk.
No.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, have a back punch and see what you.
Oh well, no, in some articles, yeah.
I have on abortion, I have 1 edit to the page and 85 edits to the talk page. So you see, I mean, you can see where I am.
I mean, none of the medical articles I edit are actually controversial in that way.
I guess that's the point, isn't it? The stuff that you tend to be involved in when you're called in because there is a dispute you're going in there, whereas we're trying to get the stuff that no one looks at, but
I mean, even alternative cancer treatments isn't actually, because they've given up. They know the lips, those people who write to push, but they don't come on to alternative cancer treatments. It's not, no, they've been go on and do petition on.
But nearly got really question.
Is he?
Quack Guru is a well-known editor who was a supreme skeptic. He was totally against anything that was fringe, pseudoscience, or smacks of hocus. And he makes himself unpopular because he goes to every argument that even tinges about debunks and stuff, and then gets into huge edit boards with them.
I was going to say professional pedant, but of course it's not professional dramatic pedant, is it?
There's a website called Quackwatch. Yes. I suspect you may well be here about.
No, I don't. Quackwatch is reference. He references all this stuff.
Yeah, sure. So does Quack Guru, but that doesn't help because
No, but it's not. there's a lot of stuff that he won't publish because it's alternative, but it's not necessarily proven to be harmful. But that platform.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I think that quite good is actually friendly, or at least corresponding to regular posts.
Yeah, they're on that.
The guy who writes
Oh.
practice. And you very often see quite good at quoting practice as a source. Because we've actually established that practice is a reliable source in that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Something like, yeah.
Because most of the see, where do you find anything that says homeopathy is bulk? You know, homeopathy is
driven negative.
just the reviews aren't there. We just tried to find treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Do you think you can find it? Sorry, prevention. Prevention. We tried to find prevention of rheumatoid arthritis.
You can't do a review of it. So you need, gotcha.
There isn't any prevention of rheumatoid arthritis because we don't know what the factors are that cause it. If you know some factors that cause it, so if you had a predisposing factors, you could write something about prevention. Change your diet, or who knows, exercise every day, or stop smoking, or something. But there's nothing that we can say that actually triggers predisposes you to rheumatoid arthritis. So if there's no triggers and no causes in that sense, how on earth can you write a section on prevention? So when you start looking through the medical literature, you find nothing. Well, you know what you want to say. There is no prevention for rheumatoid arthritis.
What do you say? Do you put something like that this time there is no...
Yeah, what do you do?
Well, what you do
Is there like a funny
is
stick?
you mess around until you find somebody who's got there's something called Healthline. Healthline.
Well, hospital, too.
Now this is Healthline. And it's I mean I've seen it before, and essentially what it is there's a doctor on there called Betty Street, whose name I have heard before. So I'm reasonably content that there's a doctor there trying to give an expert opinion. And she says, in the overview of rheumatoid arthritis, because it's an autoimmune disease, and we don't know how that actually, how it triggers, how it gets triggered, there isn't any prevention for it. So actually, we have found one spot on the web which gave us what we wanted. But it's not a great source.
People do. I mean, in practice, people don't argue about that stuff.
Well, even then you just have to say, well, we find a better one.
Really useful.
And I'm using WikiCrux John on the. I enrolled, in fact, so I'm on the event page. And so I press that big button saying enroll. Where does that take? Yes, my big press gang. And I will put Henry's. Well, actually, no. I'll put Wikipedia apps. Cancel and search.
Cancel.org.uk.
Cancel.org.uk.
So you need to find us.
Which is our permanent wiki help line or contact line. So I'll put that on the talk page of this event. And I'm also going to be announcing it to the lunch.
Do you have anything to put up for a first week's list of things?
We can do a couple of things like
One question, Emma, are you interested in doing all stuff with the ovarian cancer page?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Because our stats team, as you, I think, did you forward
I got email.
yeah. Basically, they just reviewed the risk factor side of it, plus the other team, the clinical staff, will have all the references that we've used for our website. So if you and I'll you know, we'll be happy to help support that.
That's really interesting.
I think that's a good page, I know the guy has some.
I'll watch list. We can talk about watch list.
Well, yeah,
you-
I think I just showed it once.
Unless it's changed, the really stupid thing is that unless you change it in your preferences, articles that you edit are not added to your watch list.
Specifically.
You have to actually tick that box on your preferences, which is bonkers. But the last time I looked, that wasn't the case.
I think they changed it with this phase of movement.
It might be changed. I've got badges and stickers and. Okay, well, a little file there. And a citation needed ring. That's the real thing.
I have the
Shall I actually make this for you while I'm still there?
Let's wait. Because we better, because I know Sydney wants to talk about it next week. So
Is she
better,
online? Yeah. Okay.
so yeah, we better make sure we're doing what she.
We'll check that. I'll try and wait. Otherwise, I could have
But
had
yeah,
that
no,
for
thank you.
you can do it yourself once you've done 10 edits.
Oh, okay.
You're probably doing this one first.
So, is it 10 edits or is it time based?
It's 4 days and 10 edits. I'm pretty certain I won't exceed 4 days. But that's
Right.
for 10 edits.
And then you can make
Then you can create pages and all sorts.
I think.
You can create stuff.
Let's do it.